think it's time to feed this. Got a pocket full of credits, and I know where to spend them too. And I think I'm gonna beat this. My head it slides to your joystick. I'm gonna get the greatest kick. A million minutes on the clock. 'Cause baby, I'm afraid I gotta see my name up on the screen, and my heart rate jumps, but I can't stand the hate. I wanna hear you scream, I wanna see you lost in ecstasy. When those pixels pop, you know it will succeed. I don't care if there's been others, you're not the only one to cheat. If there's no love, you can't be lovers. See, my score is getting higher. No one flips your switch like me. Let's give in to our desires. The air is getting hot and thick. Feel the sweat dripping from my click on your game. Let's go round again. 'Cause baby, I'm afraid I gotta see my name up on the screen, and my heart rate jumps, but I can't stand the hate. I wanna hear you scream, I wanna see you lost in ecstasy. When those pixels pop, you know it will succeed. When I get you alone, feel like it's hard to breathe. The air is charged, and I don't mean electricity. You know why I came, I've got something for you. I slide it into your slot. 'Cause baby, I'm afraid I gotta see my name up on the screen, and my heart rate jumps, but I can't stand the hate. I wanna hear you scream, I wanna see you lost in ecstasy. When those pixels pop, you know it will succeed. I wanna be a high score, baby, your high score girl. I wanna be a high score, baby, your high score girl.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Laser Beam and Friends Show. My name is Elvis Laser Beam, and my name is Yorick, the egg. That's not my name, that's just what I am. Okay, hold on. Why is my A button not working? Up and down on the D-pad works, but A doesn't? Oh, good. I love me some technical difficulties immediately. Anyway. Oh, yeah. That's right. Window priority. I love Windows, man. Somebody give Bill Gates a big old check or something. Okay. Hey, we're back with baby steps, man, and I've can't remember what I was doing. Oh yeah. We're going up there, man. We're going up there. Anyway, it's good to be back with baby steps. I've been wanting to play this game for, well, when did I last stream? When did I last stream it? Friday? I don't know. 4 days or something? 4 or 5 days. I'm actually really enjoying this game, honestly. It's weird to think about. Like a weird troll game. Might be like one of my favorite games. Whoopsies. Of what, 2025? 2025? So this was nominated for Game of the Year with what else? Silk Song, Expedition 33, which I think won, right? Like Baby Steps. You know. Well, it's been a while. It's been a few days. I really kind of underestimate, like, you know, if I'm playing a game in my sort of real life, real quote-unquote life, or just in my normalcy. I remember doing this fast, probably faster than I probably should have. In my normalcy, I probably play it like every day, you know. Keep all the parts of it clear in my head. But streaming, I'm learning, is like a whole different beast, because like if you don't stream every day, you just essentially not getting the chance to keep your skills up. But it's coming back fast. It's coming back fast. Will someone answer that phone and kill that fly, man? Anyway, York, how you been, man? Not the greatest, if I'm being honest, you know. Like, I've been better, you know. Well, I appreciate the honesty. Appreciate the honest answer. Whoopsies. We almost touched that. Mind if I probe a little? Oh, we're going down. Hold on. That's right. It's kind of a touchy game. I remember it now. That's okay, man. Look, you know, it's nothing too major. You know. Okay. You can talk about it if you want to, man. This is a safe space. You know, just, you know, the... Oh, great. Yeah, of course. Kick. I forgot how lovely you are, Kick. Yeah, hold on. Let's just take that away. Let's just take that away until we get some actual real chats. Sorry, we were in the middle of a bit. A bit. Yeah, my life is a bit. Meows, go away. No, you know, the girl I was seeing left me, that's all. Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that. That could be a real bummer. You seem to be taking it alright, though. Oh, yeah, well, you know, like, it's one of those things. We weren't really together that long, you know, so it's not like I'm not devastated or anything. But, it's not like I was, like, envisioning our children together or anything, you know. It's not like I was envisioning our 3 children together. Our egg human children. Wait. Hold on. You're just gonna gloss right past the egg human children thing? Yeah? What? She's a human woman? Yeah? Why? What you got against... You got something against it or something? No. No. Please don't dog whistle me. What are you doing? Yeah, anyway. No, we weren't together that long, but, you know, like, sometimes you feel a connection pretty quick. You know? She's one of those people that, like, kind of felt effortless to just be around and like talk to and stuff. But you know, I hadn't known her for very long. And how'd you meet? Hold on. Oh my gosh, I'm not feeling super well in the esophageal department today. I'm drinking tea today. We can't even stick to the bit to finish the bit. I'm drinking tea today and it's really hot. And I put it in like a thermos flask. And I forgot how thermos flasks will keep things like the surface of the sun temperature for hours. Anyway, yeah, so no, you know, it's a bit of a bummer, but I'm doing alright. Okay, man, you know. Never know what to say in these situations, but you know, plenty more fish in the sea is a classic for a reason. You know, I actually know quite a few people who have been through that sort of like situation. You know, and they're like that they've lost someone and they've been like inconsolable. Not that you're inconsolable, right? You're doing pretty well. Yeah, okay. I mean, it helps that it's a made-up story, but shut up. People who've been inconsolable, you know, and been like, that was the one, man, I lost the one, that was it, that was the one. And then, like, this has happened to me like 3 or 4 times, people have known. And then, like, 2-3 years later, they're like, oh, wait, this is actually the one. Which, maybe is not a laughing matter. But, like, kind of, come on, the human condition is kind of ridiculous, right? That's what we're really here for? That's why you exist, Yorick? I exist as a pale reflection of the human condition. Okay, what a thing to say. Oh my god. What a thing to just pull up off the top of the dome piece, man. Anyway. Every time, I mean, and this means nothing, by the way. This is just, this means nothing, especially statistically. This is just my personal experiences that I'm sharing with you. Yeah, so it's legitimately happened to me like 3 or 4 times where people have either said to me or I've like witnessed people saying things like, I told you the esophageal department was working overtime today. That's what it's like having young kids, man. You're always gonna be like, am I getting a sore throat today? Maybe it'll give us an excuse to focus on the game. Anyway, yeah, people have been like legitimately thought that like they had lost the like greatest love of their life, like you know, they could never possibly feel love like that again or whatever. I'm putting my dramatic spin on it, by the way. This is how I remember people talking, but in my memory, people always talk the way I talk, which is to say, stupidly. Or, like, overcomplicatedly for no reason. Yeah, I was going to say at some point we might have to focus on the game. Oh, we're going all the way this time. So, that's fine. That's fine. That's a little warm-up. Not a bad, like... 1.5 attempt. We did fall off the bridge, didn't we? You know, and then literally every time those people have met someone else and like been like, dang, I can't believe I thought she was the one. Or she or he or whoever. Can't believe I thought they were the one. My point is, get some goddamn perspective. No, I don't know. I don't know what my point is. Doesn't matter, this is all made up. No, don't undermine me. I have a real life. I'm a real boy with my own sets of responsibilities and keys and credit cards. What are you popping on the credit card these days, Yorick? I'm imagining you as a bit of a Michael Jackson-esque spender. Oh yeah, man. Look, weird, just unhinged spending sprees on like weird furniture, you know, like overly phallic furniture and like bizarre paintings that I don't need, and like what else did he do? Animals, intelligent animals that I'm going to trap within my own sphere of like of living. Yep. Are you putting all that on Amex, are you? I don't know, is that a credit card? Is Amex even a credit card? I don't know. It's just a random name I pulled out of my bum. Excuse me, hold on. I'm gonna have to have some more extremely scalding tea. That'll help my esophagus. Is esophagus the one you breathe through or drink through? I can't remember. I'm really paying attention in biology class, man. Anyway. The point is, it's really not the end of the world. Unlike Nate's world here, his world's ending. Okay, that is my attempt to focus on the game. We don't want to be trying to get to this bucket for the whole stream. A wash bucket. And by we, I mean I. And you. Okay. Give it a bit of time for it to come back, and then we're gonna focus. Turns out, because I've been I've been rewatching my own streams, just because it's good practice for the watch your own stream Olympics. No, it's a good practice to look at your own stuff as a way of like, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing right? What could I improve on? Oh, that's not good. Excuse me. As a way of doing that sort of thing, right? And here's a prime example of it. I pretty much always fall when I start talking about something unrelated to the game. Or like every time I fall, I am talking about some random thing that just popped into my head. So we're gonna try, just as an experiment today. Or I'm trying to like switch to Yorick and do something silly. Shit. But you know what they say, like, there's no such thing as multitasking, right? And I like it or not, I am multitasking here. There's no such thing as multitasking, in the sense that, I don't know how I had this conversation before, probably, who cares? There's no such thing as multitasking in the sense that, you can do multiple tasks at once, okay? You can't do a couple things at once. Otherwise, drummers wouldn't exist. But you can never do those multiple things at the same time and do them both at like the same level of acumen as you could if you were doing them individually. You know what I'm saying? So, to extend the drummer analogy, yes, a drummer can play all the drums and it's a matter of skill, etc., etc., regardless. Not thinking too much about that kind of aspect to it. Yes, a drummer could play the drums, but if they only had with their arms and their feet and stuff, if you don't know anything about drums, it takes a high level of coordination between your like hands and your feet and stuff, depending on, especially if you're doing like polyrhythmic stuff, man. Anyway, that's beside the point. But if that same drummer only had to hit like one drum or whatever, they'd hit that individual drum better or more perfectly in time or whatever than they would if they had to do all the other drums at the same time too. So, all of that is bringing me back to the fact that I should be focusing on the game. Right, because this is all optional, huh? We've got to go inside the frickin' sand fortress at some point. Which at some point I'm sure is going to spit us out down the Milky Way. You slide down this... Yeah, look, it comes out the side of the castle, which is funny. We could end up coming out of the castle and all the way down to here, man. I wonder if there's probably some rocks somewhere on that milky slide. Okay, but first we gotta do this. This is pretty tricky. This is not easy. I mean, I know I make it look incredibly easy, but the game itself is not easy. Doing this kind of stuff is not easy. Yeah. No, it's not that hard either. But anyway. Why does it sound like there's an ocean lapping at me, man? Is there an ocean inside the bucket? Is the bucket a shell? Put your ear up to a shell, you'll hear the ocean. What the heck is that, by the way? What is with that thing? Put your ear up to the seashell and you'll hear the ocean? Like... Oh no! I'm trying to remember. Okay, so... I've been to the ocean many times, right? Like, I was born and raised and live in a country that is an island nation. The beach is like definitely a cultural aspect of living here. Am I really going to start talking about this now when I'm at this tricky part? Hold on. Just going to go kind of radio silent for a second. Okay. Hold on. It's fast little So So I've been to the ocean many times. I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure my grandmother at one point was like, "Here, put your ear up against this. You'll hear the ocean." I'm trying to remember, were we in a house or were we at the ocean? Okay, I'm a little paranoid now. We're getting to the real hard bits now. Isn't there, well, there's a cactus at some point, right? Which, I'd rather do the cactus than this step where we've got to step around the slippery part. Like, slow and precise, to me, is, like, a lot easier than, like, fast and, high stakes, you know? Like, you gotta do this fast. You can't, like... Oh. Stick it, Nate.
Oh, why?
It's alright. You know, you can't delay on that. You can't dawdle. You'll just slide. And end up here, or back at the beginning, wherever. Oh yeah, right. I forgot how bootylicious Nate is, right? What was I saying? So I'm trying to think.
Oh no!
What was I doing when she told me to listen, put my ear up against a shell? Because if you're at the beach, that kind of makes sense, right? But like, the way I understood that as a child was that there was like some magic portal to the beach, some magic ear portal. Don't fall, Nate. A portal of sound to the beach. Inside the shell, and you put your head up against it, you're like hearing the ocean as it is right now. But now that I think about it, I don't think I've thought about this in a long time. Now that I think about it, maybe it's something you're supposed to do at the beach. Stick it, Nate, stick it. Oh, he's going. Oh, there's a chance? So, yeah, whatever.
Oh.
We take this. This is fine. At least we don't have to go up those stairs again. Is it something you're supposed to do at the beach, and then it just, like, amplifies the sound of the waves, and then just acts as like a trumpet, ear trumpet, back into your ear? By the way, ear trumpet sounds like something you would play with your ear, like you're blowing air out your ear. Does that make sense? You're blowing air out your ear to play the trumpet, to play notes on the trumpet. But it's the opposite. The trumpet is playing notes on you in Soviet Russia. In Soviet Russia, trumpet play ear. No, it doesn't work. In Soviet Russia, trumpet play you. Da. Yes, very much so. Da. I don't know, what are we doing here? Other than losing our minds? Walking up the sand. We're walking up the sand. The sand is our friend. It's crunchy and delicious. Eat the sand, Nate. Eat as much sand as you can. It will fill up that empty void inside you. Fill up the void, Sam. What's his name? Not Sam. Nate. Fill up the void, Nate. Fill up the void, Nate. Fill up the void, Nate. And then it gets like more and more aggressive until we're like screaming, Nate! Fill up the void, Nate! Etc. Sorry. Now be the time to check. I do have a limiter on here. I'm sure I do. I've had to like go through and reinstall stuff. Limiter, yeah, we don't really have compression, but that's fine. I just will talk at the same volume constantly. I won't talk quietly. I won't talk quietly. There's not a huge amount of range, actually. Not that you care about that. Audio nerd stuff. Any other audio nerds in the chat? You want to talk about like compressors and stuff? What's your favorite hardware compressor? I'm gonna oh god, I don't even remember. I should know this. It's like the RC210 or something. I can't remember. The classic like FET one with the is it turquoise? You know, the color scheme, the classic color scheme. That might even be why I like it so much. Because it has the classic color scheme, not even because it's a good compressor. Right, you know what I'm talking about. What about oh, you know what? I do like the classic metal one as well. What's holy? We haven't been here in a while. What was it saying about focus? Oh god, what's the classic metal one? It's like black. I remember these things by like the way they look, not the way they sound, which is kind of funny. It's like the real warm one. It's warm. It's kind of fuzzy. Good distortion if you crank the gain. Not that you're supposed to do that. Okay. Yep. Nate, do it, Nate. Yeah, look at his quads, boy. Look at them quads, boy. Why don't I just have like 10 different characters on screen or something? Is that what we're going to? We're just collecting like it's like a collection of like plushies or whatever. We're just gonna end up with a plushie collection here around me on this beanbag. And I have to have like 10 buttons on the floor to like switch between characters or something. Be like, go over to like redneck guy and be like, yeah, boy. Boy, you got a purty mouth. Sorry, everybody. Good impression, man. It's kind of, isn't it kind of an odd thing? Like, when you have like ventriloquists and stuff. Welcome to the Ventriloquism Hour, my new podcast. Ranking our favorite ventriloquists. This week we'll be talking about David Strassman. Like, ventriloquists have characters that are physically represented in some way, right? To provide that illusion. But the characters are, like, they don't do impressions themselves, you know? Like, it's okay for the human ventriloquist to do funny voices. But once the character starts doing a funny voice, it's like, kind of... It's like a bit too much, you know? It like kind of peels back the veil a little bit too much. Breaks the illusion. I knew that was too big of a step. I knew it. Why don't we just go halfway? Yeah, whatever. I was gonna say, like, we could always just walk up here and then do this, but it's like, this is almost harder than just longer than doing the regular steps. Okay. At least there's no big fall here, right? Like, that's the saving grace here. It's not even that hard, this part. I'm just making sure the feet are positioned well. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm doing what? It's also camera souls, right? The camera is actually the worst part of this. Hold on, maybe we can turn the chat back on now. I think the bots have given up. They should know by now, man. Like, this. Well, I mean, I don't want to give you like awful people who run bots ideas. Who am I to judge? You might be like the only job you have available to you in a third world country or something. I don't know. Like, it might literally be a matter of survival for you. But anyway, it's beside the point. I don't want to give the bots ideas, Ben, but like, are they? Do they track like how often people actually click on this stuff, or like could they? Because presented, right? Okay. Nobody's gonna find this interesting at all. But the spam messages, they're trying to get around like link bans and stuff by like topping out the website they want you to go to with like spaces in between the letters and stuff. So I'm assuming they have no way of actually tracking what their hit rate is, you know? Like, can the bots track like when somebody actually takes the bait? Because it's not a link. If it was a link, you could be like, oh, somebody clicked on the link. You know, just make it a unique link for each. Well, that'd be a lot of work, I suppose. Well, not if you automate it. Make it a unique link for each. Why am I giving them ideas? I'm sorry. My point is, I was going to say, like, do they not know that, like, it ain't going to happen? I was going to say, do they not know they're wasting their time? But of course, they don't possess time. They are but the human-facing aspect of Skynet that we see. Alright. Do you think they considered any other names for this game? Or they were like, Baby Steps. It's called Baby Steps. Do you think it like... Because it feels like the obvious name to me, you know?
Oh!
Ho, ho. It feels obvious. Like so much so it's on the nose. Which is a saying I don't understand. It's kind of funny how on the nose is very, like, not on the nose. Like the phrase on the nose. The, I kind of guess it is. If something is on your nose, everybody can see it, right? So there's nothing hidden about it. It's very plain view. So I guess it is. So, okay. Is there a word? This is, funnily enough, this is a conversation I've had before, like IRL. Is there a word that, means, and if there isn't, there should be. Is there a word for something that is, like, a phrase that is also an example of the thing it's talking about? You know what I mean? Like, how on the nose, the phrase on the nose is itself very on the nose. If you think about it for 2 seconds like me. Some people don't have to. You know? Like it is an example of the thing it describes. Like, I've always thought, like, why is the word palindrome not, like, a palindrome, man? Like, it should be called a palindrome or lip.
Okay.
You know? Wouldn't that, wouldn't that, be so much more easy to understand? Say it again. Sorry, I wasn't listening. Can you do that bit again? Okay, hold on, man. Why is a palindrome called a palindrome and not a palindrome? I got a picture it in my head. Hold on. Palindrome. Why is a palindrome called a palindrome and not a palindrome? Nah. Lost it. Hold on. We're gonna make this work. It's kind of actually funnier when that I'm messing it up maybe, but who's here for funny? Palindrome memordinlap. I think that's right. Palindrome. Why is it called a palindrome, man, and not a palindrome mordinlap? Oh, we forgot the first part. Hold on. Riveting content, by the way. Just do it one more time. What did I say it was? Palindrome or Dinlap? Palindrome or Dinlap? You know? Oh, dear. Like, why is the word palindrome not a palindrome, man? Why don't we say, like, palindrome or Dinlap? Hold on. Oh, live improv.
Yep.
Love this. Let me just go through several drafts of this joke. Live. That's how a lot of comics do it, right? Although I'm sure, like, sure there are comedians. I don't know why I keep comparing myself to a comedian, man. I'm sure there are comedians who, do that live improv bit, and then they're like, later on, they're like, damn, I'm gonna write that down and use that later, but I'm gonna improve it. It's like, actually, that's a pretty good joke. And then they work on it, and it becomes like the greatest joke of all time. Such is the process. I'm an open book, man. I've got nothing to hide. If you can expect one thing from this stream, you can expect, like, honesty. Anyway, so my girlfriend left me. Okay. Except for what he says. One of us only tells the truth, one of us only lies. But what if they're just both liars and they just, you know... That's the thing that's always gotten me with that. It's not the Riddler of the Sphinx, right? That's 3 legs, 2 legs, 1 leg. Why is a palindrome not a palindrome, man? Yeah, it should be a palindrome or DNAP. Something like that. Then we utilize you too. We could even be playing the game at the same time. Hold on. Like, why is a palindrome not a palindrome, man? Yeah, it should be like a palindrome or DNAP instead. Okay, I don't... That's as good as we can do it, I think. I'll leave it to a more skilled communicator to pick that up for me. Make it into something good. Alright. So I had this idea for an album once. Back when I was making a lot of music. I don't make music so much these days because I have children now. But before I had children,
Watch it burn.
I would just, you know, I recorded a lot of music. My own, like, original stuff. Please stick it, Nate. Oh my god. Stick this one? Ah, no. Not this one either. No. I used to make a lot of music. I was like, surely one of these genres is gonna take off. Anyway. I had this idea for an album that was like a musical palindrome. Probably not the only person to have this idea. But obviously I never went through with it. But anyway, that's the end of the story. But I had this idea for an album that was like... You write the first half of the album. Okay, and then at the very middle point of the album, you take everything that has happened before and like reverse it. And I don't mean like you reverse the recording. I mean you take the like notes and you flip them along the temporal axis. Temporal axis, if you know what I mean. But you couldn't think of a more complicated way of conveying that. I did say I'm not a great communicator. Come on. Anyway, you take all the notes on the sheet music, you flip them around.
Oh no.
Horizontally. And then the second half of the album is just the same half of the album, but played backwards. And you know, you could do like different like instruments and stuff to make it less obvious. Like, you know, this time flip the notes. It's not just the exact same, but backwards. But the notation is flipped backwards. And then like see who notices. See if anybody notices. And they'll be like, hold on, this guy just sold us half an album. Okay, up we go. It's just a matter of timing it so that our feet fall in the right place. It's like real walking, man. You just do it without thinking. Do people like step over this cactus? Yep. No, that's sliding. Like I'm looking at it now, like how do other? I'm curious to see how other people like face these same puzzles. Okay, I did say we were going to focus on the game, and then we never did. Sorry, I failed you, Father. Okay. The thing is that, like, these parts are not super hard. There's... Actually, hold on. That's the mental game.
God.
We've already beaten the game in our heads, right? Like, I've said that before. Because we have infinite resolve. And if you have infinite resolve, you literally cannot lose. Right? There's nothing against us. There's no other person trying to get to the mountain before we do. You know what I mean? It's just us and the mountain. By the way, Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. Why is he climbing a mountain? That's an oldie. That's an oldie but a goodie.
Oh no.
He wants to make love to the mountain. When we have infinite resolve, there's no way we can lose. But we should be trying to get a good score in our mental game. And part of the mental game is understanding that these parts that aren't actually the hardest parts, they're like medium hard, okay, but not like extremely hard. They're actually the hardest parts because they mess with your mental the most.
Oh no!
Because they lull you into a false sense of security, right? Like the really hard parts, you walk up to me like, okay, I gotta pay attention. But these parts, I'm like, oh, I've done it 100 times already. It's not that hard. And then I lose focus because I decide it doesn't require complete focus. And that's when you fall, man.
Oh no!
Okay, hold on. The good part about this is that it's quite recoverable. Okay, it's yeah. If you feel like you're not gonna make it, it's pretty easy to back out without too much risk. I don't know why is this one taking me. There we go. Okay, like the worst I've ever done that. Oopsies. No, Nate. No, you're not gonna do that to me, boy. You're not gonna do that to me, boy.
Shit!
You can come in on your legs. Sorry, I was just trying to remember the quote. You can come in on your legs. We're overdoing it so much. You can come in on your legs, but you'll be going out on your backs. Billy the Kid gonna guarantee you that. Oh, the second half wasn't too bad. The way he says that has always stuck in my head, by the way. If you couldn't tell. Don't think I've seen that movie in like 15 years. But the way Sam Rockwell says, gonna guarantee that. At least the way I remember it poorly has stuck in my head. Okay, here we are. You got to do the quick, fast ones, and then you just got to kind of slide down to there, man. Yeah, like that. Okay, and then you got to get up here. Yeah, like that. Okay. Whew. That's a bit of a sticking point. We're happy to get past... Almost said my native A. We're happy to get past that. Vowels are hard, especially A, hard. You don't want to know how I am naturally inclined to say the word past. 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 That's how I'm naturally inclined to say it. It's so different, man. Past. 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 Pasta and tins of tuna. Okay, this isn't too hard. I'm all shook up. Well then why did you choose to put on the stupid Elvis impersonation or whatever? Bad Elvis impersonation. Okay. Hey Hensley. Not a cactus way up here? Yeah, man. It's actually not the hardest part. The cactus isn't too bad. To be fair. You kind of just got to go slow and be precise. I was saying this earlier. The ones that really trip me up are the ones where you kind of have to go fast. Where you're like sliding. I don't mind the cactus too much. Because I can just sort of... Take my time. Take it slowly. Hold on. We're just going to save this. Take my time. Take it slow. Like these bits are... I find more difficult because you kind of... You've got to kind of power through it. Woo! Or do you just put your foot up on the edge and go? Yeah, you just put your foot up on the edge and go. And then... Hold on. What? I've never made that step before? What the heck? Okay, how are we going to get his head under the bucket? Wasn't expecting this. Could you please do me a favor, Nate? Maybe we do the old sidesteppy thing? Hold on. I think I wanna... I wasn't expecting to have to figure this out. Oh. Oh.
Ow.
Oh, well, you know what? It only took us 45 minutes to just limbo. Hold on. You can limbo in this game? Wait a minute. Wait. Is it? I'm trying to see if it's possible. Is it possible to like just step but only raise a tiny bit? How do I get his foot down though? Oh my gosh, hold on. I've discovered something. Wait, no, but oh gosh. It's very confusing. Wait, I need to let... No, I need to let go of that one. Without letting... Oh, okay, hold on. I kind of want to figure it out before we get back up there, and I have to figure it out at the very top. Or we just do something like a sidestep, kind of bend your head. Okay, hold on. This game, once more, shows much more depth than I'd realized it had. Who'd have thought you could get so many game mechanics out of like 3 buttons? Meanwhile, like Final Fantasy 16 be like, just hold L1 on the just hold your left bumper and press left on the D-pad, and then you're into the second menu. Okay, hold on. If we're gonna do that, yep, then I need to learn how. So first of all, I have to depress the trigger. I have to release one foot slightly. Depress the trigger, release the other foot slightly. Depress the trigger, release the other foot slightly. Depress the trigger. Whoop, nope. I've gotten them wrong way, what's names? Oh my gosh, it's like backwards. I didn't realize you could do this. So for the left foot, I want to release the right trigger. Oh, yep, but not... It's got to be quite far, but not too far. Okay, and then for the left foot, you want to release... For the right foot, you want to release the left trigger. And then you do the right foot thing. I'm releasing the right trigger. Okay, okay. That actually would have been kind of useful a long time ago if I knew that I could do that. Makes sense. It's just a little complicated. Release the left trigger for the right foot. Then as we release the right foot, the left foot comes. Okay. It's kind of a... God bless whoever invented springs. You ever had you ever had that thought about like how one tiny like innocuous invention could have changed so much? Like imagine if we didn't have springs, man. We wouldn't have video games like this. We wouldn't have like capacitive buttons or whatever. Not capacitive. Gradated buttons. Yep. Okay. Do you think though, like sometimes I think about things like that and I think like, if the person who invented the spring didn't invent the spring, someone else would have, right? Especially because like we like to think of inventions as this sort of like popping up out of nowhere, right? Like we imagine Edison was just sitting there in a dark room, just drawing on his like, you know, graphics tablet or whatever. And I mean the original meaning of tablet, not the current meaning of tablet. Scratching away on like his drawing pad or whatever. It just kind of comes up with the design. But truth of the matter is, like, it was iteration over like a long period of time. Like someone else invented the filament, someone else like came up with the idea of making like a glass dome, someone else came up with like the thing, and then Edison just kind of put them all together.
Grip, grip, grip.
I think one of the final things was like I'm figuring out to fill it with light bulbs with like tungsten gas or whatever. Is it tungsten gas? Can tungsten be a gas? I used to do chemistry. I elected to do chemistry in high school, and then I like forgotten all of it. Organic chemistry, man. I found it hard. Funny thing is, when I was teaching in school, you know, I had students. A lot of my students didn't speak English fluently, right? So but they would. I mean, their English ability would range. Some of them like were learning the basics of English, and some of them were like pretty confident at communicating, but like had struggled with more technical stuff. So anyway, those students would often like ask me to help them with their homework from other classes, right? Because my class was helping them learn English, helping them improve their English, but then if their English was good enough, they'd just be in like Gen Pop at the school as well. If their English wasn't good enough, they'd be in English classes all day long, which is, you know, fun for them. But anyway, those who had enough English that they were like in just the regular classes as well would often ask me to help them with their homework. And I'd be like, oh man, I'm not so good at this. I found this really hard when I was in school. Like old stuff that I'd forgotten about. Like, what's it called when you take two sets of brackets and then you expand them? Like quadrilateral. Anyway. But then I tried it and I was like, wait a minute, this is easy? This is actually easy? Why did I find this so hard when I was a kid? I was like, oh, because I was a kid. Anyway, here we are, we're back here. The cactus is not too bad. This is more annoying than the cactus. To me, anyway. But the thing about it is... Okay. Not too bad. We can bail if we need to. The cactus, you just take the cactus slow. That's all. Take your time. Make sure I can actually see what I'm doing. Actually, I've come to realize I prefer a low angle for that. I really don't want to fall right now because that'd be funny. Okay. Suddenly forgotten how to play this game. What are fingers? How do fingers fing? How do fingers fing? How do fingers fing? Okay. So we just did... It's just a big step. A big confident step up. And we just keep it going. Okay. Now comes the finger workout, man. Tell you what, our finger blasting is going to be so good after this game. Sounds like I'm getting a finger blasting as a reward. Okay. Hold on. How did I decide this works? Like that? Could we, get our foot in? Get our foot in, mate. Get your foot in, mate. You want it? Am I in yet? Is it in yet? Oh, hold on. Sorry, I apologize. Wow. Okay. The heart rate hasn't been pumping like that since millennia, man. Okay. We know we can back out of this kind of safely. That's... No? Oh my god. Could be worse. Could be worse. At least the higher we get, the greater our chances of sticking a landing. Yes, this. I just fell on obstacle just like you. Okay. All right.
Yep.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, boy.
Did he actually just say yabai? Hold on. Of course he's a weeb, right? Like he was watching One Piece. Yabai. Yabai. Okay. Let me see. Has my surface of the sun T cooled down yet? Oh no, it's still popping hot. Still as hot as a pop. What does piping hot mean, by the way?
Mighty God.
I can only assume it relates to, like, literal pipes. Like when pipes were first invented.
God.
You imagine being alive from when they invented pipes, man?
Oh, shit.
It'd be like, you know, we think, like, it was mind-blowing when, like, the iPhone came out or whatever, the smartphone came out, or, like, AI came out. We thought that was mind-blowing. But imagine being around for the invention of pipes. Or you're like, what, you mean, like, water just comes straight into my house now? Yeah, man, and it can even be hot. Like, you know, don't touch the pipes because the water is just, it's coming right out of there hot. I don't even need to, like, boil the kettle to get hot water. I don't need to boil, like, 100 kettles to run a bath. I can just turn this knob, this magic knob. Yeah, man, you just turn the knob and out comes hot water just pouring out of there. It is hot as the pipes. It is popping hot. Oh my god, I've got to call Nancy, man. Get Nancy on the phone. Hey, Nancy, you heard about this new thing called pipes? I know, right? Like, the water just comes straight to your house. Mind-blowing. Anyway. Baby steps is a game. Progress, we're making progress, right? Like, we're seeing new stuff. I didn't have a good enough look around me.
Fuck.
Like, it's not just about... Oh, good. We're rushing. Yee, stick it.
Not here.
I didn't assess the puzzle correctly, is the thing. I was too focused on, getting the fingers right. I don't know what's so hard when you're... It's because you're not returning to... No, of course.
Oh, right.
Always can be worse. The philosophy of the mechanics of this game is you're always returning to both buttons released. Right? That's your return point. But when you're crouch walking like this, you're returning to both buttons held. Okay, I think I'm getting it. Is this the correct way? Yeah. So it's like everything is reversed after hours and hours of... Well, how long have I been playing this game? Like 10, 12 hours? I'll have to check Steam. After all those hours of like ingraining this into your muscle memory, it's now everything's reversed. It's kind of genius, actually. Never thought I'd be saying it. Wait, am I going? Oh yeah, I'm going the right way. I'm just usually not around that side of the mountain. Captain Kirk is climbing a mountain. To hug the mountain. To envelop that mountain. Isn't, you ever watch, the... What's it? It's a documentary we call, like, The Captains? And it's like, it's a documentary that William Shatner made, where he just interviews every actor who's ever played a, starship captain in Star Trek. I think they're all alive, right? Like, what does it go? William Shatner. Or it goes, Patrick Stewart, Picard. Then it's Avery Brooks, right? Deep Space Nine. And then it's Voyager. Janeway, whose name I definitely remember in real life. Janeway, and then isn't it Scott Bakula after that? I mean, there's a bunch now that I actually don't know, because I haven't seen a lot of the new Star Trek. But anyway, the documentary goes up to Chris Pine, I think. He's the... He made it when those trilogy of films were still coming out. So he interviews Chris Pine. Anyway, my memory of that documentary is William Shatner is insane. These are my takeaways from the documentary. William Shatner is like, he's off the planet. Off the wall. He's off the planet. William Shatner is insane, and so is Avery Brooks. And their conversation with each other is like a fever dream, man. Like, oh, hold on, save it. No. We can stick that. Yes, we can. Okay.
Bother.
The conversation between William Shatner and Avery Brooks is like it's like a fever dream, man. It's like a asylum. It's like you wandered into an asylum. Wait, we don't use that word anymore. It's like you wandered into a mental health facility or something, you know? Or you're like watching a Richard Linklater film, but without the poignancy. Just nothing makes sense.
Oh, no.
Anyway, I need to rewatch that again, man. If you're looking for something to like weird you out when you're hot. Next time you get blazed and you want to watch something, watch the documentary, The Captains, made by William Shatner. Just specifically the Avery Brooks part. I think they're like talking about like very pseudo, like intellectual kind of hippie stuff, right? If I remember correctly, they're like, especially Avery Brooks, he's very into like all matter is energy, man, and like, what are we but not just the thoughts of a dying star, you know? Like, brother, man. Stuff like that kind of stuff. What are we if not just a dream inside of God's mind? You know what I mean, man? Almost took that step too far. Hold on. Okay. Going up to the squiggle. Squiddly little squiggly bit. We've got the ratatata our feet. Across here. Just don't dawdle is the key. And then we can... Whoo! Ratatata our way up here. Okay, next is cactus. Well, next is these steps, which are kind of hard. Cactus. Okay, not next is cactus. Next is scramble, another scramble. But we can... His foot got caught. I tried to release it, but it got caught. Okay. Don't need to rush with this. No. I thought I had it. I almost had it. I didn't quite have the momentum to get his weight up over the edge. Foop, huh? Better than yabai. Yabai. That takes me back, man. Used to be surrounded by teenagers. Wait, we're going the wrong way. Used to be surrounded by teenagers saying yabai. One of them told me it means cool. Which actually, in the context he was using it, it might have actually meant cool, but it kind of doesn't. Doesn't really mean cool. Hold on, he's cracked. That's my line. Also, you fell. Okay, right. This way. Okay, check the timer. It's been an hour. We have made progress. But not consistent progress. Not as consistent as I would like. So, you know what that means. Let's focus here for a bit. It's always annoying when you're climbing, when you have to go like down. You ever climb a mountain? Anybody out there ever climb a mountain? I've climbed a few. I think the largest one I've ever climbed is Mount Fuji. But you ever like climbing a mountain and you've been like walking for like 6 hours and you're like trudging along and you're like, then there's a downward part on the path and you're like, why the heck am I going down? This is just more that I have to go up again. I'm just undoing my progress by going, who created this path, man? And you're like, oh, probably someone who knew a lot more about mountaineering than me. Anyway. Yeah, I've climbed Mount Fuji. And like, I kind of would like to do it again. In maybe like a better time of the year. I think it was like almost Japanese winter when we did it. Me and the people I was with. I didn't do it alone. That would have been silly. But it was not a good time of the year to be doing it. It was cold and wet and miserable. And I already don't like being wet. Phrasing, but... I don't like having clothes on that are wet. Put it that way. Might be like a little autism thing. But like wet clothes that like stick to your skin, ugh. Yuck, man. Uncomfortable. I don't mind being wet if I'm like not wearing clothes, you know. Obviously I bathe, a shower, etc. I'm not a pig. I'm not a pig like Nathan here. But yeah, I don't like being wet while I have clothes on. If you're gonna get me wet, take my clothes off, please. Okay, no. But, you know, so... not the most enjoyable version of climbing Mount Fuji. Hold on. Just gonna take a quick little hydration here. Oh, it's just about after an hour in the Starbucks cup. Yeah, I bought it a long time ago. I'm sorry. Like 20 years ago, maybe. How old am I? 15 years ago? I don't know. Anyway. The sound is so annoying. After an hour in the Starbucks cup, the hot drink is almost drinkable. Okay, just bail. Keep your feet together. Just don't let your feet get too far apart. With confidence. Okay. Cactus is next. Then our step, which isn't too bad. It's just a big confident step. For a big confident boy. You think Nate has like a futa fetish? I'm sorry, I apologize. Where did that come from? Came from the deepest depths of your own desires, my friend. Doesn't it always? Okay. He's watched some Tentai. Just the fact that I even know that phrase is kind of bothers me. Phrase term. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I'm just assessing Nate as a fictional construct, right? We know he watches One Piece. Okay. So we release one, then we put down, then we do that. Okay. For the right foot, we release the left trigger. We move it forward. We do a little steppy, little hoppy steppy. For the left foot, we release the right trigger, we move it forward, we put the right trigger back down, then we do a little left trigger action. For the right foot, we release the left trigger, we move this forward, we put the right trigger down, then we do a little hoppy steppy. And then can we stand up now? Okay. Ooh, I really had to like out loud think that through. Progress has been made. Now we have to climb this. Oh my god. Holy. Oh my god. From where though? From... I can't even like assess where to start. It's so hard. Is it on the other side? Do I have to go around here to that block over there? At least we've got decent footing. Ho 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 ho. Is it really right there? It's... Oh. I don't know, man. I thought I had infinite resolve. You want me to do this? Okay, alright. Get used to returning, I guess. I don't want to fall and slide all the way down, man. Of course I don't. That's the game. Okay. Nothing to it but to do it. I can't even get my foot on it, man. Okay, can we get our foot up here? I don't know. It's very high. And even if we do, then we're going here to there. There's just no body space, man. There's no space for Nate's body. The heck was that sound? Somebody stirring tea? Somebody dropped a... Oh! That was a chat notification. I thought it sounds like somebody dropped a teaspoon into a teacup. Yeah, I'm in the bucket. Thanks, Jackie. I didn't actually stream this game on Sunday. I streamed my Dead Space horror game because I decided it's better to stick to my word than to than to be like, but I want to play this game. Anyway, we just made it inside the bucket. I'm glad you're happy because I'm not. I'm just like, I'm looking at this with despair, man. I also learned how to crab walk. I didn't know you could do that. It messes with my brain, but I can crab walk now. Something like this. Wait, oh, wrong one. Yeah, and then we go whoop, and then we go this way. Anyway, celebrations were not had. Is it really just this? Did I notice that I titled it wrong? I mean, yeah. Eventually I noticed. Like, after I'd finished streaming. But thank you for the reminder. It is one of my kryptonites, is having lots of things to focus on. Okay, hold on. I don't think that's the way we want to go anyway, but it was kind of an accident. I don't know if you've ever done streaming, but it's a lot to bear in mind, like, especially for like a ADHD brain like mine. No, you're good, man. You distract me all you like. Totally up to you. I've already, like, decided to distract myself with, by making it harder than it needs to be. So, like, well, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound. But also, you do you. Okay, so... 1 foot up. I'd like to get the foot up close to, like, that's what I'm thinking. Yikes. Get it down, Nate. Get down. Okay. Or is it that way round? Maybe it is that way round. But I don't want to go that way round. It's scary, man. Okay, alright. Just the toes? I don't... Okay, okay. This isn't as hard as I thought it would be. It's actually doable. Okay. We manipulate the camera. I'm a little worried about this stuck hand, but we manipulate the camera. And, oh, that shouldn't be stuck there. Well, that's a weird one, but we'll take it. Manipulate the camera in order to manipulate the foot position. 4 buttons, man. This game has like 4 buttons. And look what you can do with it. You don't do so much with just so little inputs. Or so few inputs? Fewer. What's that to say? Okay, this is... I'm almost wondering, do I want to get my right foot there? Come on, camera. Like, do I want to kind of turn around? Can I get my right foot up there? And by my, I mean Nate's. I do not identify with this individual. No, I guess not. I guess it's just going to be left foot. Around. And then go fast. Go fast. Go fast. Don't put your foot there, Nate. Uh-huh. All of it for another apple of Eden. It's you, my friend. No, my heart is pounding, man. I thought I lost it. I'd like given up in my head. This is too steep, man. So it's gonna be a left foot, then right foot onto the flat. Right, left foot, right foot onto the flat. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. I didn't consider headspace. Alright. Guess what? We get to do all of that again. But now we get to do it. We get to do it with the confidence of knowing that we've done it already. Alright, so the real mental game now is not getting so complacent that I fall on the easy parts. Or the not so hard parts. You picked the right time to step away, man. It happens. I think I've probably fell right as you stepped away.
Shit.
Just that wedge to flat step. I got the foot on the flat step, but I didn't consider room for Nate's head. Bonked his head, which kind of threw me off. What a game, man. What a game. Literally 4 buttons, unless you include this one, which we won't. Actually, why am I not using that when I can't see? I just assumed that they deliberately made the camera jam into certain spots to make it harder, but I guess if you yeah, thanks, Jackie. I guess if you use that, you might actually not have too much trouble with the camera. I don't know. I'll remember it's there. It's a mental game at this point, Jackie. Because, like, I know mechanically I'm capable of doing it. Those ones, man. It's just kind of a... kind of matter of not messing those up too much.
Oh, shit.
Get up, Nate, please. He was just going to keep sliding. Because I didn't... push any buttons. It's a mental game at this point. I did not realize this was going to be so hard when I started it. But I guess that's kind of the nature of the game, right? I feel like this is probably harder than the swing at this point. The swing, at least, was only a few steps. They were hard steps, but there weren't that many. But this is hard steps. After hard step, after hard step, after hard step. In a row. And then, like, medium hard steps that you get complacent about. And then, like, this scrambly stuff. Which, like, maybe I'm bad, but feel a little bit RNG to me. Yep. Okay, as long as we get the weight up, that's all that matters. All of this for an optional apple. That probably won't actually net us anything. Yep, you're up, Nate. Okay, where are we now? This one's not too bad. Oh yeah, okay, next hard one is the stepping across the abyss. Sliding across the abyss. Okay. Which isn't that hard. Just have to send it. Okay. Now we've got another scramble. Actually memorizing the layout. I must have been here for a while. We've got another scramble. Yee! But it's a recoverable scramble. Okay. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. They've got the cactus. Which is just a matter of not rushing. Don't rush the cactus. Oh, what the heck, man. It's our old friend, Cactus Jack. I mean, progress has been made, though. And, like, the cactus doesn't bother me too much. Actually, a lot of progress has been made. Let's not undersell it. One of these I don't like. This one isn't... I'm probably overly afraid of this one for some reason. But it's actually just a simple step up like that. Okay. Now we're in the brain melter. I pity anyone who plays this who has like, what's the thing where you get left and right backwards? Dyslexia? Okay, so... Release the right trigger to raise the left foot. Okay. Release the left trigger to put down the right foot. I really have to think this through. Release the right trigger, raise the left foot. Bam the right trigger, bam the left trigger. Okay, can I stand up now? Okay. Kind of. Kind of. Okay. That crab walking is that's a brain destroyer. Okay, so I know where I'm going now. And I know we can use the camera as a tool. The camera is not just a for looking around, man. The camera is a mechanic. Okay, because the angle of the camera controls the angle of our feet. And if we angle our feet, we can make them fit better. I think it was Confucius who said that. I don't want that foot to be there, though. And I don't think that's going to help. Okay, angle the foot out. I can't see where the foot is. Trust. We can lean into the wall. I have the power. Okay. It's not too bad. Get the foot around. This one scares me. Though I've done it once. Confidence does not abound. There is a thimble's worth of confidence in an ocean of doubt. Write that down. It has to be quite a... It would actually be really nice if I could get the right foot up there, but I feel like it would make the landing so much easier. Get the right foot as close as we can. We can always get the left foot... No, because the knee... His knee's in the way, okay. Needs to be... How did I do it last time? I did this, and I panicked, but kind of got lucky. I just don't think there's enough space for the right foot. And it's definitely not... We definitely don't keep rotating around this thing. It's got to be this way. So it's got to just be... Nate, your knee, man. Just bend your leg. Why won't he bend his leg? Or is it a kind of a backwards step? What if? Approach it more like a... Okay, okay. That's an... you know, the good thing about that is that it's an okay fall. It's an okay fall. At least it's not a slide all the way down. They had some mercy, at least. Okay. Making progress. Even if it's just mental progress. Oops. Okay. Don't make so much progress that we rush it, though. That would be, like, the worst mistake we could possibly make. Just fall due to our own hubris. Why has nobody, ever made hubris brand hummus, man? Don't do that to me, Nate. Nate, don't do that to me. If I, you know, as a retirement idea, new retirement idea, I'm going to start a hummus brand called Hubris. Hubris brand hummus. It rolls off the tongue. You ever want to, like, if you work in the marketing department and you want to really sabotage a company? Not that I advocate for this, by the way. Just to, like, you know, rebrand them as, like, something that's really hard to say, a real tongue-twistery name. Like, IKEA. No one can say that. They'll be dead. They'll be dead in a month. There's a Hubris brand comics in Fallout. I have played Fallout. I don't know if I knew that. I'm not a huge Fallout guy. Why did I come around this way? That's the wrong way. Oh, that's cool. I mean, I've always enjoyed the aesthetic that Fallout has. With, you know, like, the sort of 90... Well, it's retrofuturism, right? But then it's also got that... The Pip-Boy kind of... I don't know what you call that kind of humor. It's quite dark humor, you know? Oh, okay. See, I never got around to playing Fallout 4. And Fallout 3 is the only one I've ever finished. It's not where I want to be, but... Isn't it so funny how your dad is Liam Neeson in Fallout 3? Whoops. Liam Neeson's knees on the Nissan. Something. Wish I could remember how that goes. Oh, you're about to ask? Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know why exactly, but like that kind of like actor trivia stuff is what What the heck? Like it goes directly into my brain and just lives there forever. Okay, gotta be careful of that. I don't know why, but it's really appealing to my brain. Especially like voices, character voices, actors. Oh, no fooling, eh? Yeah, that kind of stuff. It has some sort of bearing on your personality. It may do. It may do. But also, like, I have a very good ear, I guess, for recognizing like voices and stuff. It's okay. It's okay. We can recover from here. Get up, Nate. So, like, you know, I can pretty much tell an actor's voice like immediately. Which is, I'm not bragging or anything, but I never really talked about that with people in real life, and then I talked about it with someone and they're like, what? That's not normal. I'm like, yes it is. Didn't even realize we were at the cactus. Look what we get to do again. Okay, it's kind of it's actually easy though. It's actually easy. Yeah, apparently it's not normal to like recognize everybody's voice in the world immediately. Another way of putting that is like, I legitimately cannot think of two voices I've ever heard in the world. Of probably like the thousands of voices I've ever heard. I cannot think of two that are identical. Every voice is like so distinct in my brain. Anyway, so Liam Neeson, I'm like, what the heck, Liam Neeson? Liam Neeson's your dad? A lot in different games. So, yeah, I mean, there are, I think voice acting in video games is interesting, but like, I mean, if we're being honest, isn't it, it's dead now, right? Like AI has just destroyed that industry. There was a point in time where I was, 10 years ago, maybe, I said to myself, so sad. Yeah. I mean, there is a reason I have no AI on my title. I mean, some people think I'm using AI in the stream. Like, I'm not. It's just me pushing buttons. And me, but I'm not pushing buttons. But, I mean, I'm not a big proponent of AI. On the other hand. Anyway. There's the staples, right? Like, we kind of were 10 years ago. We're getting to a point where, like, the video game voice actor was actually like a celebrity, you know? Like, oh gosh, why can't I remember his name right now? There's Nolan North, and they used to have a little YouTube show together. Troy Baker, right? And like, what's her name? God. It annoys me that like I remember dudes' names so much better than I do female names. Was Cynthia Black? But then also, the video game voice actor is also no longer a thing because, like, you've got Kojima just hiring actual actors. And like, I mean, it's a bit insulting to say actual actors, but you know what I mean. Okay. Just have to have confidence in our steps. Scramble next. Cactus. Scramble, cactus. Am I right? Scramble, cactus. Step. Bucket, rim. Scramble. Scramble.
God.
Yikers. Okay. Can always be worse. But yeah, I mean, what is it? It's Arc Raiders, which I haven't played in a while now, but was enjoying. Arc Raiders, all the voices in that are like, hi. That's gonna stick.
Why is
They're
a specific thing happening right now?
They're like AI recreations of the voice actors who came in. So they, you know, I mean, Embark does some things better than a lot of other companies, but like I do think they pay the actors like royalties as if they were recording all the new lines or whatever. They pay them for every new line they make or something like that, which is not too bad. But unfortunately, human greed is is such that you can't rely on everybody doing that. You know, like it's different if the voice actors are paid in like the same way as they would have been paid if they had to come back and record new lines or whatever for DLC. Then like, you know, that's fine. But that certainly isn't going to be the norm. I don't think even hiring voice actors anymore is going to be the norm, right? Like at least Embark uses real people to create the AI voice. You don't even like need that anymore, right? Like you just, hey, ChatGPT, synthesize me a new voice, please. I want it to be 45% Harrison Ford. Okay. 20% Zendaya. And 35% Rick James. And it'll sound just like this.
Oh no!
I can't think of a Zendaya line, unfortunately. Yeah, laugh it up, yeah, fuzzball. Hi, I'm Zendaya. Oh wait, she's in Dune, right? What did she say in Dune? It's Duning time. And she dunes all over the place. Okay, look, we're at the cactus. See, the thing is like, maybe I'm better when I'm... Okay, maybe not. I was gonna say maybe I'm better when I'm distracting myself, but maybe not. Maybe I'm... Oh, that's too wide a step, Nate. Just stick it. Crack your skull and stick it. I don't know. Is there some technique to like enhance your chances of not sliding? I think it's the first time I've fallen at the cactus. Okay. Back to the ground. The thing is, though... Oh yes, something to respond to. I think people will eventually stand up against AI acting. That's not going to stop the industry from learning the hard way, though. I think, like... I mean... It's so complicated. And, like, I don't think even, like, the people who study anthropology and, like, sociology know what we're gonna do. Because it's really... AI represents something that, like, I guess a lot of people don't want to talk about, but it's kind of represents the obsolescence of the human mind, right? To me, at least, that if you use, like, generative AI, especially, if you're... I mean, it's complicated because I get that there's people who use it for, like, artwork and stuff that they just don't have access to. Oh, this is how heavy we're getting? I can't do the easy parts. Like, back when I was still developing my indie game, you know, like, I paid someone to create artwork for me. But, like, not everybody can do that. So it's a choice between, like, AI art or just not doing that thing. Which is, like, you know, on one hand, I'm like, well, just don't do that thing then. Like, you can't do everything. You know, some people just can't be artists. But then on the other hand, there are people who are just like, why would I pay someone when I could just do this for free? And is it just, is it really the freeness of it, or like I suppose ultimately it just comes down to capitalism, right? It's like, if money didn't exist, generative AI wouldn't exist. Right? More or less.
Oh shit.
Which is kind of to say, it's like the exact opposite of art. You know? It flies in the face of what art is supposed, quote unquote, supposed to be. It's too easy to have AI do it. Well, whoopsies. That's not your fault, Jackie. That's entirely my fault. No. You know what gets me is like, oh, we haven't been here in a while. Posts on Reddit that are written by AI. That one gets me because I'm like, why? Why? Where do I usually go up here? Yeah, right. Like, what are you gaining out of it? And if it's like, I get it if it's like a political rant or something, you know, and you're trying to actually persuade someone into like a position of actual effect. But like, I just see it on like random subreddits, just about like random fandom. I don't understand. Are people just that lazy? I suppose. I mean, I'm lucky in that I have a good education. And like raised in an environment where like reading and writing were encouraged, you know, so like I decent literacy skills. But I guess a lot of people don't, you know. Training. Oh yeah, okay. That's. I mean, I've never thought about it that way. Yeah. That makes sense. Right. It's all just data gathering. See how people respond to the post or whatever. Just see if people... It's all... Oh, okay. Tinfoil hat for a second. The actual post itself is not important. It's just to see if people recognize it as AI. See, it's just, see if they can, bury it, you know? Slide it under the radar without people noticing. And also, how many times has that happened? Because you don't notice what you don't notice. You know what I mean? Man, the world is a funny place. Anyway. AI to me represents a sort of acknowledgement that humans are becoming obsolete. In a sense, right? Our art is now obsolete. It's like, at least in a capitalistic world. AI has, strange time to be alive for sure. Oh yeah, man. Strange time. There's that like, it's actually like an insult to tell someone like, may you live in exciting times, or may you live in, historical events or whatever. May you live in interesting times. Turns out it's actually nice to live in like a stable time. But anyway.
Oh shit.
Ultimately, right, like we're all envisioning that post-scarcity Star Trek future where, you know, unfeeling AI does all the work. Unfeeling, unthinking robots carry out the work, you know. And humans live basically a bohemian existence, you know, finding their own sort of purpose in the world without having to worry about like where's my next meal coming from, etc. So like in a way AI is a stepping stone towards that. And it's, I mean, it's going to be way, it's way far off, right? Like it may be hundreds of years until we have the other pieces of the puzzle. Like automation is just one piece of the puzzle. I kind of do better at this when I don't. Yeah, okay. think I'm trust myself to keep the momentum on those few steps. Oh, why did I just pause there? So, you know, but like the other pieces being like energy and like food production, right? It's like we only have one piece of the puzzle sort of coming into place. And so we're living in this awkward in-between phase that is going to be terrible. This is, what do you need for a post-scarcity society? At least in my thinking, in my untrained thinking. We're not staying there, are we? We might stay here though, which is kind of funny.
Why?
Someone will always chase power and heaven more than others. Said before, can't take greed out of humanity. Sure. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. My faith in humanity is not high, shall we say. I mean, well, we have no reason to think we're not the most advanced species to ever live on this planet, but, you know, every species that ever came before us, except for the ones now alive, has died out, right? There's no reason to think that humans will be any different. But, having said that, I don't think it's necessarily innate that humans chase greed. I think part of it is environmental, I think. You know? Cultural. Like, I don't know. I don't know how you study that. But I want to see the study where they take like 1,000 children and raise them in a society without the concept of money or whatever. Wait, isn't that just history? Now that I think about it. And see how it affects their greed. But then, you know, is greed learned? Well, I mean, it has to be partially, I think. But then at the same time, I don't know. Having kids has really like kind of impressed upon me how much of a human being's personality is genetic. Because like, I have 2 4-year-olds and they've had like very distinct, strong personalities since they were like 1.5, you know? Since they could talk, essentially. But it's also probably more complicated than that. It's probably a bit of both. Who knows? But, I mean, your environment has to have some effect on it, I would have to imagine. Okay. We stutter step. Just, whoop. Okay, don't lose it here. That would be tragic. Don't. Okay. Semi-tragic. That's fine. But yeah, I don't know. Too many questions, not enough answers. Not enough ladies, too many mans. Yikers. And then, I mean, the problem is as well, like, the technology is one thing, right? If we could have infinite energy, machines doing the work for us and stuff. Yeah, ask AI. Ask ChatGPT what it thinks. If we could have all that stuff, like it's the technology just pow comes into existence all at the same time, I still wouldn't trust the people in charge of it though. Like, what do? Do we put AI in charge of itself? You know what I mean? Oh dear. No, we kept stepping. I didn't think I had it, so I kept stepping more than I could. GPT says it's a mix of both. Well, there you go. Look at that. We have it from a official source. My unrefined ramblings are always correct. I mean, I presume that's what the most up-to-date research says.
Oh, shit.
I'm making semi-educated guesses. Yep. Just keep striding. Stride it out, my friend. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, we gotta survive as a species first, right? Like, that's my problem. The Evolution of Prime Intellect? I have not heard of that book, no. Who is it by? I may know the person who wrote it. I am currently making my way through Determined by Robert Sapolsky, which is like his recent treatise on how free will is an illusion. The Evolution of Prime Intellect. It sounds interesting. What was the point I was making? The Metamorphosis? Oh, The Evolution of Prime Intellect? Not The Metamorphosis by, Russian guy? Whose name I can't recall right now. Not Dostoevsky. Kafka? Oh, was he even Russian? The, Cucaracha one. I haven't heard of it. The Evolution of Prime Metamorphosis. It sounds interesting, but I'm gonna be honest, that's a, that's a $5 title. What do they call it? A $5 title on a $1 book? The Metamorphosis of Prime Intellect. I see. Not evolution. I can read. Oh, we're at the cactus. Almost. Oh. I'm learning so much about myself. By the way, this camera angle. Oh, Nate. Cuddle me, Nate. Would you rather be Big Spoon or Little Spoon with Nate? I gotta be honest. I think I'd rather go Big Spoon. And I can get his greasy hair in my face. Ooh. Roger Williams, 1994. Ooh, interesting. So it's one of those, like, prophetic books? That's always interesting to go back and look at, like, the way society is and then be like, hey, this guy saw it coming. But then I guess it's kind of, is there not a fallacy to, like, do that in retrospect? Because, like, you could probably do that with anything. There are so many books written by so many people that someone's bound to get it right. But my whole deal is, like, especially with generative AI, because it's just a toy, you know? Generative AI at the moment is a toy. It doesn't have a huge amount of value. But it's like, especially like, I don't think people realize, like,
God.
The survival of our species is kind of at a crossroads right now, man. And like, we're playing around with these toys while the freaking planet is starting to burn. You know? And that's kind of what gets me about humanity. You think about it every day? You think about what I've just been talking about, or the book?
Oh shit.
But yeah, I don't know. There's something about, like, our survival instincts. What I said. I mean, I guess I think about it every day. I usually don't think about it out loud. But it's probably bubbling away back in the recesses of my psyche. Manifesting as a stomach ulcer that I will ignore until I'm vomiting blood. Yeah. That's why I don't really have faith in humanity. I think we're almost things are changing too fast. Or, I don't know. Hold on. How am I going to phrase this?
Oh crap.
I don't think our survival instincts are suited for a modern society, man. Like, our survival instincts are still, if we're going to talk about the speed of evolution, our survival instincts are still wired to, like, avoiding tigers in the jungle, man. and like not getting stabbed by a poisonous plant. Right? That's where our survival instincts are, and they're not wired for a modern society where it's like, actually your survival instincts should be wired for not over consuming to the point where your environment is toxic. You know? Because technology has advanced so quickly that we're now in a position where we can poison our own environment. When even if you just go back like a couple hundred years ago, before the Industrial Revolution, we just weren't capable of that. There was just no way we could... Well, I suppose there's... Stick it, Nate. That's not even a hard one. I mean, like over hunting and overfishing and stuff were a thing. Have been a thing for a long time. But like to the scale that we can really just poison the planet these days, it's like unprecedented.
Yep.
And just we're not suited for it.
Oh.
And I think that'll ultimately be our downfall, is that... Not to be too cynical, we're at the cactus. We haven't seen the bucket in a while. I would like to see the bucket again. What are we looking at here? Coming up on 2 hours. If we don't make it, that will ultimately be our downfall. And like, I mean, it's not a useful statement, but undoubtedly, like, the human race will come to an end at some point. Okay, that one scares me, and I don't know why. Alright, do I remember how to crab walk? I have to do this out loud. So we lift the left trigger to raise the right foot. We move the right foot, we put the left trigger down, then we bam the other trigger. I don't know if this is the best way of doing it, but this is the way I know how to do it. So for me, it's the best way. So we raise the left trigger for the right foot. Come on, for the right foot. There we go. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? It went too fast. Left foot forward. Okay. It's good to be here. Good to be back. Good to be here, everybody. Good to be here for me too. Oh yeah, you exist. Sorry. Well, you don't actually, but... Here we are. And I don't know, I mean... I often think about like I have kids, right? So I have to think about what life is going to be like for them in the future. And... like, what can I do to provide them the best possible chance? And not just them, but their generation, you know? Like, my kids' generation is... They're so funny. My kids' generation is gonna face some terrible problems, man. Like, we think the economy's bad now. Unless, you know, unless good things happen, which they may. I don't think it's likely, but they may.
Oh no!
Anyway.
God.
Stupid tech bros who want to make $1 billion overnight with their move fast and break things ideology.
Oh no!
I don't know. I mean, I'm no revolutionary, that's for sure. Like, often remind my friends with kids how weird it has to be to grow up in modern times. Like, I think, like, I'm in my mid to late 30s, right? I think people my age are the last people alive, or who will be alive, to grow up without the internet, you know? Or, like, without constant access to the internet. Alright, you Winnie the Pooh mother fricker. There's nothing bothering, man. We just keep going. We just do one foot after the other. If we have infinite resolve, we can never lose. You're 42? Oh yeah, you're a bit older than me. But same generational range. You're an elder millennial, I guess? So you probably remember what it was like before everybody had constant access to the internet. You know? It was a different world. Am I right? We talk to people on the. You talk to people at school, and you just be like, no one would ever know what was true. I've talked about this before, but like, where am I going? I'm going the wrong way. Just for fun, just practice. I literally had this conversation with people about like how you can get Lara Croft naked in like Tomb Raider 3 or whatever. And I remember reading magazines. Remember magazines? I remember reading video game magazines. God, what were they even called back then? Official PlayStation magazine or whatever. And someone would like write into them with actual snail mail and be like, so my friend told me that there's a way to get Lara Croft naked. Is that true? Does anybody, can you... You at Game FAQs magazine. Is it possible to get Lara Croft naked?
What?
And then other people would like write in and be like, yeah, I did it. My friend did it. My friend Chappelle did it. He said you've just got to lock the dude in the thing. Anyway, that was life before the internet, man. It was a much more wondrous place where imaginations flourished. Now, the internet is, it's a tool like any other, right? Can be used for good, it can be used for bad. But boy, was it a different place. And I'll tell you what you didn't have back then. You weren't constantly bombarded by propaganda. I guess is the only word for it. Whether it be like social propaganda or political or even just media propaganda. Capitalistic propaganda. Buy this thing. You could just turn the TV off and walk away. Now I get notifications on my phone from TikTok saying like, hey, do you want to watch this person's thing? I'm like, no, I do not, TikTok. I have you installed for one reason and one reason only. I need to get those 100 views on a short every day. Okay, I don't know, Jackie. What do you think? How do we progress? How do I? I've been on and off vegetarian for quite a while. What am I doing? Oh, Nate, really? I probably should go full vegetarian and even better, vegan, at some point. Like if I'm really serious about doing the most I can as an individual. Okay. Real life got me slipping. The most I can as an individual for my children's future. To stop eating meat 100% is probably like the easiest to like largest impact thing I could do. Then I don't know. What do I need to do? I need to just... I'll probably end up back in education at some point. So that's something, at least, you know. But like schools here are kind of getting to the point where it's like, dang it. The government doesn't really have the greatest idea of, is this the right way? I should double check that. It's not. The greatest idea about how we should raise people for the future. Just go, Nate. Just go all the way. Okay. I might need to actually focus on the game for a bit. But, I mean, my New Zealand wife has been telling me how the government wants to change the syllabus and, like, she's not happy with it. Ah, the point where I get worse. Here we are.
No.
I peaked and now I'm coming down. The syllabus is changing to a point where, like, there's just no room to have interesting discussions in schools anymore. You just constantly have to be working towards graded stuff that then gets you into the next part of school. And anyway, not that I wouldn't find time for that if I was back in teaching again. How could I not, right? My favorite teachers that I recall when I was in school are the ones who had, you know, would have interesting discussions with the students. and not worry too much about this assignment is due. Or at least try to infuse that sort of stuff into the assignments as much as possible. But anyway, what do we do? Tell you what, I'm going to keep using energy to play this silly game. The other hard part about stuff these days is that it feels like people are so... I don't know if there's a term for it, but... like... culture wars and, like, ideas have become... like, way too... obfuscated, I guess? Not obfuscated, conflated together, like... I don't know, that's why I think critical thinking is so important. Because me, I'm all about, like... I don't care where an idea comes from. I love ideas, man. I think ideas and discussion are, like, one of the greatest things we can have as a species. But, like, too many people will conflate where an idea comes from with its value or whatever as an idea. Hold on, we try not to get too political here. I mean, maybe that's just a joke now. I know. I have a philosophy degree. What can I say? I can't help it. People are tribalistic. We'd like to pick a side and stick with it. Well, yeah. I mean, again, it goes back to our survival instincts, right? Like, that's how we survived. You survived by ingratiating yourself into a tribe and, like, you know, ape together strong.
Shit.
It's like, I guess we don't like to admit it, but we're still very much there. Ape together strong. No, we just don't want to have to fend for ourselves. So but yeah, I don't know. We can stay here. No, we can't. How do we, like, we can't wait for evolution to take care of it. You know what I mean? It's like we'll be long dead before that happens. We have to somehow, like, train ourselves out of that kind of thinking. It ain't gonna matter what tribe you're a part of when the Arctic melts, man. And everybody's underwater and a quarter of our species becomes climate refugees. It ain't gonna matter what tribe you're part of. We're all gonna be in the shit together. Scary. I don't want to get too scary, but... Anyway, let me continue just playing this video game. Let's say my message is going to be so much more important than the energy I'm using to play this silly game. Delusions of grandeur, etc. Okay. Kind of at the point now where I pretty much only play games on stream. Just because life is kind of more important. But I do think it's important that, you know, you make your life worth living. That's a kind of... I kind of have a bit of a mentality where I'm kind of spoiling my kids at the moment because, like, I feel like... Oh, dang it. I knew I overstepped. Too. I would like to see the bucket again.
Oh.
I kind of spoil my kids a bit right now because I'm kind of... In my brain, I'm making up for the future they're going to have where they are stressed all the time, maybe? I don't know. Hopefully not. I don't know, is there some way of, like... I don't want to sound like self-aggrandizing or anything, but like,
Oh no!
I think, you know, society has always had the adults in the room who can think about the bigger picture, you know, and then the pleasure seekers. That's how the boomers were created. You have to remind me what I was talking about because I forgot. How do we make like responsible thinking sexy? That's the question. Because I mean, I would love to just be like, party, whatever. I don't care anymore. We're just gonna party into oblivion. Woo! Isn't life great? I mean, that sounds like a blast. But I don't know. My conscience couldn't handle it, man.
Shit!
You know? But when you need to appeal to the thrill seekers somehow. A spoiled generation to make up for the hardships of the past. Oh, boomers. Oh, yeah, right. Of course. That and leaded gasoline, right?
Oh shit!
Yeah, but in reverse, right? Like I'm projecting that forward into the future. But but no, it's mostly a joke anyway. But like it's my way of processing how kind of sad I feel about their futures prospects in a joking way. Because if I make something a joke, I take away its power. Okay. Let's focus on the game. It's been a while. Progress has slowed to a crawl. And it's all for pointless apple, I'm guessing. Okay, this part isn't too bad. Just commit. Fully commit. This part also isn't too bad. Okay. Now we have the scramble, big scramble, and cactus. Big scramble and cactus. Okay. You commit to the big scramble. Take the cactus slow. Not actually that hard. Plenty of footing here. Not gonna slide. Okay. Step which isn't as hard as it looks. This one. Okay, my fingers know exactly what they need to do, don't worry. And now crab walk. Okay, hold on. We can back up a little bit just to set it up. Okay. Release the right. Nope. Release. Okay, release the left trigger. What am I doing? He's gonna save it. No, he's not. It messes with my brain. I don't know why. Let's do a little bit of practice. We'll be back there in a minute. So both triggers held. Release the right trigger to move the left foot. Put the right trigger in, and then slam the other trigger. Now release the left trigger to raise the right foot. Move it forward. That's too high, but then we're gonna put that. Yeah, because we can't drop the foot. Problem is dropping the foot that's up is dictated by the other trigger. Whoops, wrong one. Nope. Because that foot will only drop if this one is up. So we need to raise it up for a second and then release it to drop it. Okay. Okay. Alright. Hey, what's something lighthearted we could talk about? I don't really keep up too much these days with entertainment stuff. I've been reading a lot. Mostly because it's good for my sleep. To not stare at a screen. Hold on. Okay. I threw it. I deliberately threw it just so that we could fall but remain. Nope, this is too much. I should have thrown that one too. Nate. You big boy. You big boy, Nate. Halfway. I'm still at the same time.
Okay.
Oh, the Artemis program, right? That is cool. I was keeping up with it for a while, and then they like delayed it, and I kind of forgot about it. But yes,
God.
that'll be cool to watch. If we do go back to the moon, absolutely that is going to be like family gather around the Apple iPad 21, whatever they're up to. We're going to watch the moon landing together. That will be pretty cool. Ooh. Does the rocket stay on the launch pad for that long? Like if it's is this the manned one where you're talking about? It's already on the launch pad? Oh, for checks. Okay, that makes sense. Did they roll it out, check it, and then roll it back in? Because I know they have to roll it back in if there's, depending on the weather. And doesn't it take like 2 days to crawl it along? That is cool though. Yeah. You ever listen to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe? Pretty much, I've been listening to podcasts since the Ricky Gervais podcast. Remember when that was new? Oh, I'm right. But the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe is pretty much the only podcast that I've still listened to after like 15 years of listening to podcasts.
I hate it.
But it comes up a lot on that podcast. The Artemis missions. But I remember it was like maybe like 4 or 5 years ago when they were planning on like visiting the moon again in 2 years time or something like that.
Okay.
And I don't know if anybody outside of NASA thought that's how it was gonna go. Left, right. My fingers are just doing it on their own. It's like an old song we know well at this point. We're just going through the motions. Whoops, don't fall. The goal is always best case scenario. Yeah. And best case scenario almost never comes to fruition. But yeah, there's no reason not to dream big.
Oh no!
Actually, maybe extremely important that we dream big. Actually, now to think about it. What's one of the things I took away from what is it, Yuval Harari's book *Sapiens*? Have you ever read that? Is that one of the key aspects that separated our species and our lineage from other animals was our ability to like imagine and like, you know, our ability to dream big, visualize things that do not yet exist, you know, visualize a possible future. It's one of the key things that led us to our domination of the planet.
Shit.
Oh, you have that book? I have the book, and I have the graphic novel version for my kids. But it's a good one.
Yep.
A lot of things to think about in that, and like very well researched, you know. I don't mind reading books that are just like, these are my thoughts and ideas, but I really like it when someone's like, these are my thoughts and ideas, and here's the research to back it up. Okay. I do like to stride here, just to keep... Okay, no. Couldn't save it.
Why?
It's a good one. My New Zealand wife really likes it. Okay. Perfectly drinkable temperature for my tea. It's been 2.5 hours since I brewed it. So, all I need to do is brew my tea 2.5 hours before I want to drink it. Gotcha. E. But, yeah, if you haven't listened to The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, I highly recommend it. You sound like you already have some critical thinking skills, Jackie, but like if you want to brush up on your critical thinking skills, their book is great too. Give me your address, I'll send you my copy. Oh, I think I actually gave it to my dad. Oh, you just subbed to it now? Oh yeah, okay, cool. Check it out, let me know what you think. I mean, like I said, I've considered myself a quote-unquote critical thinker since I started studying philosophy, which would have been 2007? Yeah, 2007. And through that I was introduced to the concept of critical thinking, which has always been weird to me, right? Because like, why is critical thinking a tertiary level subject and not something that everybody learns from a very young age? You know, if I was in charge of the syllabus, maybe that's what I need to do. I need to get into politics. This isn't a political stream. I'm starting my bid. Starting my bid for Prime Minister of New Zealand. Minister of Education? Dr. Stephen Novella, yeah. He's the host of the podcast as well. And I think he mostly wrote the book.
God.
I suppose you would consider him an expert on critical thinking. He's actually a medical doctor. I don't know if he has a, or he just retired. I don't know if he has a, degree in philosophy or things, but... Be right back. You do you, man. You do you. I don't know if it works in, YouTube, but you can always drop a exclamation mark lurk. It might not work in YouTube. It might only work in... Not that it does anything anyway. Just has an automated response. Okay. Yep. Here we are. Yeah, maybe I just need to run for education minister and rehaul the syllabus. Rehaul? Overhaul? What am I trying to say? Overhaul New Zealand's syllabus. And then have it be so good that the whole world is like, okay, let's copy that. Delusions of grandeur again? Okay. But, you know, I do think the world would be a lot better place if everybody had some foundational critical thinking skills, man. Because unfortunately, as it turns out, there are people out there in the world who will abuse your lack of critical thinking skills. And this is not a judgment in any way, by the way. I've never, let's just say I'm always on the side of the student. I was a teacher, I know what schools are like. Okay, hold on, I need to think about this out loud. So I want to move the left foot. I'm going to release the right foot, sorry. I'm going to release the left trigger. He's sliding. Okay, we're going to step forward. We're going to bam the left trigger, and then we're going to bam the right trigger. Now I'm going to release the right trigger while leaning forward. Okay. Then I'm going to spike the right trigger, spike the left trigger. Release the left trigger while leaning forward. Spark both triggers. And now we release the right trigger. Move the left one forward. We spark the right trigger. We release both triggers. Whew. Why is that so hard, man? Okay. Now, we're going to actually climb this thing. We're not just going to fall immediately and slide all the way back down. Isn't it funny that as soon as Jackie leaves, we make it back here? Not that I believe in that, or jinxes or anything like that. I just said I'm a critical thinker. In other words, my opinion is better than your opinion. That's a joke. No, I always say that the foundational aspect of critical thinking is critiquing your own thought patterns, your own thought processes, man. That is the key point of critical thinking. It's never... Okay, hold on. It's never to... Critical thinking should not ideally be used to win arguments. Right, that's not the point of critical thinking. The point of Why did we fall? I don't really know where we fell. I guess our feet were just too crisscrossed up. Okay. Isn't it funny how as soon as Jackie leaves, we fall out of the bucket? No. Okay, we can make it back. No, the whole point of critical thinking is that you're critical of your own thinking. Okay, so that you can think better. Or to put it another way, you can align your thoughts in such a way that they overlap with reality correctly. I don't know how to say that. But there are people out there who will take advantage of your ignorance and my ignorance and everybody's ignorance. Because turns out that's profitable. And if you don't want to be taken for a ride, man, get yourself a education in critical thinking. And then you got to practice applying it. I've been working on my dad for like 15 years, maybe, which is a hell of a way to phrase that, but been slowly training him to think more critically. And like, it's not really working. And unfortunately, he's old. He's set in his ways, shall we say. The brain plasticity is, for several reasons, kind of lacking. But anyway, I gave him that Skeptic's Guide to the Universe book. And he read it, and he was like, yeah, everything in here makes sense. It's like, he was like, actually, his initial response was, oh, I knew all of that already. I'm like, oh yeah, sure you did. And he's like, yes, I know all this. Like, why do you want me to read this? I'm like, because you don't practice that? He's like, okay, well, I know the book. And then we'll be talking about something, and he'll say something ridiculous like, well, the government has to be able to control the weather, right? I'm like, I gave you the book, man. Why are you not... It's like, yeah, I read the book. I know you're gonna tell me it's this kind of a fallacy that I'm making. I'm like, yeah, it is, because you are. If you read the book, why are you still doing it? But anyway, he's old. He's a child of the 70s. Make of that what you will. Wouldn't it have been so nice to be born a boomer? Ow. I mean, no video games, for sure, right. Okay, at least we have video games. But you grow up as a, oh, you have the same father? Brother? Long lost brother? I do have a brother. It'd be funny if it was just you. I don't think... I just saw my brother a couple days ago. I doubt he would be able to, like, keep that a secret. But my dad's, I mean, he's nearly 70, so there's not a lot of point in there's not a lot of point in trying to get him to change his mind at his point in his life. But I'm sure at some point in his life, his ignorance has been taken advantage of. I can probably recall it, or he's been like led somewhere that isn't in his best interest. Because of the way he thinks, I guess, or like he didn't have the he wasn't able to put up a shield to it. That's why critical thinking is important. I mean, it kind of takes critical thinking to see it, but like just look at the world today, you know? Like how many essentially like con artists are running the world? And you know, they're doing it because, at least this is my opinion, by the way. Don't sue me, or do. In my opinion, a lot of people who are running the world today are doing it for financial reasons, not because they care. And turns out when financial reasons are your motivation, you can kind of do whatever you want to people. My opinion too. Yeah, isn't it lovely to, isn't it so nice to hear your own opinion? You know, like just told back to you. It's like you kind of just want to surround yourself only with people who have the same opinions as you. It's so comforting, you know, it's like a nice warm mental blanket, and you never have to think anything uncomfortable again. No, I'm joking. Don't know why I went so extreme with that, but I go through periods of trying to engage with trying to break out of my own personal echo chamber. Because like, yes, I think all the things I'm talking about are important, but I almost never engage with stuff that says it's not important. So, am I putting myself in my own echo chamber? I don't know.
Shit.
I just cranked the stick for some reason. I'm gonna blame this the Xbox. I thought we'd stop sliding. I'm gonna blame the Xbox what is this? Xbox One controller on that one? Just decided to lean over the edge. The intrusive thoughts one on that one. I haven't really done any of the deliberately set yourself back stuff. Right, like there's a cutscene where what's his name, Mike, is saying like you can just jump right off here and, you know, lose all that progress. Although I'm a little bit sad that we never actually went to Boxtown. I kind of just figured we'd end up there naturally. Like we'd fall into it or something. Maybe we still will, I don't know. But, you know, it's a long ride. We'll get there eventually. But yeah, I would love to be I'd love to be in charge of the education syllabus and be like, critical thinking is foundational to everything. I have heard it referred to as box hell. So like maybe I don't want to be there. But just for the curiosity of it. And like I think a science class has a little bit of critical thinking, right? At least it I may think different. Maybe. I don't know. Am I not your average Baby Steps player? Like, I cannot foresee a circumstance in this game where like get so frustrated that I rage quit out of this game. You know, there are two kinds of people in this world. People who've played Baby Steps and people who haven't. Whoops, that was too big of a step. It's like I mean, like, if you're gonna rage quit this game, like, you're gonna do it long before here, right? Bucket hell. I'm in heaven, man. This is bucket heaven. Now, it would be nice to get to the top of the bucket, but it would also be sad because then we have to leave the bucket behind. And like, right now, the bucket is my god. We praise the bucket. We lay down to the bucket. If we overcome the bucket, we become the bucket god. Whoops, don't touch that. You know, and that comes with its own sort of set of, it's like finishing a good book, you know what I mean? It's satisfying, but it's also, like, the best books I've finished reading have made me sad to actually just finish them, you know? Like, oh, I wish I could read that again for the first time. You know, we'll never be able to beat Bucket Hell for the first time again. Once we beat Bucket Hell, we're a changed individual, and we can never go back to that. So, you know, I cherish the time we have with Bucket Hell. The funny part is, I skipped this bucket after a few tries because I wanted to see what else happens, but here, did you do it? I mean, I do also want to see what else happens. But, I don't know what it is. I will be here until I get it done, and then I will move on to the next thing. So I don't know if I've talked about this while you've been here, Jackie, but I've talked about it before. But I'm pending, waiting for team effort. I will too. I will too, Jackie. Because it is a mental game. It's not a physical game, right? Like, this isn't Call of Duty. This isn't about, like, snapping my crosshair onto your head before you snap your crosshair onto mine. No, you're welcome, Jackie. You're welcome. I'm just glad you're having fun. If you are indeed having fun. I hope you are. Like, I do this because I find it fun, but, like, part of the fun for me is sharing fun, you know? Like, things are so much... What is that Christopher McCandless quote? Happiness only real when shared? Yep. You know? I think ultimately, like, I might have been an entertainer at heart, but never had the chance to really kind of pursue that. Anyway. We'll be here until we beat it. It's not like we got a revolution to plan or anything, right? Oh, don't terms of service me? That's a joke. But yeah, I don't know if I talked about it, but I'm waiting for my doctors to get back to one of the most fun parts of the game of me was seeing how much better I was each time I played. Yep. That too. It's like the kind of Dark Souls effect. That's definitely satisfying. But anyway, my socialist healthcare system is slow, but free, which is nice. But I'm waiting for a assessment for autism. Because you may or may not be aware, there are like self-tests you can take, which kind of give you a general indication of whether or not you should be tested. And now, like, I don't really care at my age. Like, that kind of labeling stuff doesn't really have too much of an effect once you're out of school, I guess. Although, in the workforce, maybe. But, of course, I'm not engaged in the workforce right now. But anyway, that kind of, like, it may be like an autistic trait where I just keep trying until I get something right. Because, like, I know I can do it. I know with every fiber of my being, it's literally just a matter of time. Just stick it in 8 and we'll be fine. It's such a huge spectrum, aren't we all autistic in our own way? So I actually don't know that much about it. And the only reason I'm doing it is because, like, my daughter shows some strong signs of autism. And, like, it would just be helpful for her to have that sort of correlate in my medical history, you know? Or her medical history, as it may be. So that's really the only reason I'm doing it. But, I lived most of my life without even, like, entertaining the thought that I might have been autistic. But it's a funny thing, once you, like, look into it. Oh, we didn't take a big enough step. Once I looked into it, a lot of things kind of made sense. And, like, a lot of my, my dad's behavior started to make sense. And, like, my grandmother's behavior. And I was like, oh, I can see a chain of this pattern of, interesting behaviors. Like, my dad definitely has some kind of, like, OCD. He's, like, borderline hoarder, but he's kind of neat about it. Well, actually, no. He'll let everything get covered in dust in his house, but everything will be, like, meticulously arranged, if you know what I mean. It's like, if he puts a CD case onto a table, it has to be, like, perfectly lined up with the edge of the table. That kind of thing. But for me, yeah, I don't know. There is, like, I guess there's a crossover between, like, certain aspects of autism and, like, stubbornness. I'm just kind of stubborn. And, like, I don't know what it is, but I just most of the time I just don't get frustrated. But what I believe I have read about it is that at least I think members of the autistic community, the autism community, I think they don't find it. I think they don't find the phrase everyone is autistic in some way to be helpful. Not that I've really looked into it, but I have read a few autistic people say, like, that phrase isn't, we don't really agree with that phrase, or that sentence, that everybody is autistic in some way. But I don't know. I think it's too kind of easy, especially in, like, the, and, like...
Oh, no!
Oh, yeah. Don't take my word for it, though, Jackie. Like, you might want to look into it yourself. I don't have the greatest memory. I'm just going off of random stuff I've read. But I believe that is the consensus amongst the community.
Fuck.
I think that the idea is that comes from more from, like, an entertainment industry kind of view of autism or whatever. The Sheldon Cooper kind of autism. Which is, like, it's... I think the way the professionals think about it now is it's more like one of those, like, stat graphs. You know those stat graphs they have in video games? They're like, they're like a 6-pointed star or whatever. They're kind of pointing out towards different different aspects. Like, autism is kind of the same. It's like one point of the star might be, like, creativity. The other point might be, like, socializing. And then I forget what the other points are. Stuff like that. And then it's not so much like a horizontal spectrum. It's more of like a star graph like that. But anyway, I score quite highly on the ASPE test, which is a, like, self-reporting autism test. It's a questionnaire. But man, some of those questions I was like, I've never felt more seen than reading some of the questions on the ASPE test. Like, wait, doesn't everybody do this? I was talking about how I hate walking in or just being in clothes that are wet. That's one of those things. I'm like, doesn't everybody feel extremely uncomfortable when they've got like their shirt is wet and it's like sticking to the skin? Isn't that normal? It's such a human tendency to like assume other people's experience of life is the same as our experience of life.
Fuck.
Right? Don't we all dislike that? You might want to do the Aspie test, my friend. Because, turns out no. Some people are not bothered by that at all. Like, what? It's like one of the most uncomfortable things I've ever felt. Don't just spike the stick again. Okay. Turns out no. But, it's interesting. I'm just going. Oh, come on, put my feet down. Put your feet down on the ground. You think they're all weirdos? Yep. Let's put them in a different tribe to us. And compete over resources together. Can I stand up yet? I can. Okay. Actually, I've been making that harder, I think, by doing that more than I need to. Yep. That's one of the signs of autism is like, kind of being hypersensitive to your, like, things that are touching your skin. It's one of the traits, anyway. But just because you have the trait doesn't mean you're autistic, if you know what I mean. It's like the logic works one way, but not in reverse. A lot of autistic kids will like complain about the tag on their, like tickling the back of the neck on their shirt or whatever. Don't just...
Oh, crap.
Nate. Oh my god. Hey, we made it to the bucket again. You're gonna stick that, Nate. I knew I'd make it to the bucket again soon. Oh, bucket hell. Okay, right. We'll just go straight back there. I'm trying to think of what the questions that like really stuck out to me. Yeah, I mean, I'm always able to focus on the positive, like at least only in video games too. Like this doesn't carry over to real life for some reason. I don't know what it is about video games that is just like, I don't know. It's kind of like playing a musical instrument, I guess. It's like, you know exactly, all it is just a matter of doing the exact right thing with your hands, with your fingers or whatever. And you'll get the exact right outcome that you want. It's just so, makes sense. Whereas the real world is complicated. Okay. Getting better every time. The funny thing too is like, I didn't choose this really. I was just like, hey, we should do that. And now because I've started it, I can't give up. I had no idea it would be this difficult. But anyway, here's where we find ourselves. There were definitely, I definitely remember there being like questions. So here's the thing, like I've had this conversation with my partners about like, oh, I totally just strode past that. I didn't even realize. I've demystified it. Okay, hold on. Raise the left, go forward, let go the left. It's getting touchy. Okay, do one more. Raise the right foot by releasing the left and spike the triggers. Okay, now we can stand up. See, I told you we just get right back here. Okay. I've had this conversation with my partners before about like, there have been many situations, I mean at least several situations in my life that have stuck in my memory of like misreading social cues. And then kind of lingering on the kind of missed opportunity of that, if you know what I mean. Oh, Nate, come on, please, brother. It wasn't like this before, man. Okay, that's okay. We can get back there easily. Fmod is distorting again. I just want to know where these sounds are coming from, man. There's no ducks. There's no chickens. Why am I constantly living in a world of chicken clucking? Yeah, like missed social opportunities is like a big question on the autism tests. I've talked about it with my partners before. Like, yeah, I do have like several regrets about like situations that I misread at the time, and then looking back on, like, oh, they were obviously this. Now that I'm older and wiser, I'm like, oh, I see how that could have gone differently. And to me, I'm like, isn't that just everybody? Doesn't, you know, I read that question, I'm like, that's just everyone, right? Apparently not. Apparently not. Anyway, maybe we'll do it live on stream one day. For no reason. Just to really, really overshare. And I'm Yorick. Did we even introduce... I don't even remember if I did the intro. Okay, time has lost all meaning. We're living in an hourglass. What's that old, I almost said space opera. That'd be hilarious. Soap opera. That old soap opera that starts with like the sands through the hourglass. The days of our lives, that's what it is. These are the days of our lives. I actually kind of missed the boat on like there is literally a Sisyphus game, right? Where you're pushing a boulder up a hill. Okay, just don't rush that just because and have to do that again. Whoopsies. Oh, your grandmother loved that show. I mean, I probably grew up with like similar kind of surroundings, but my grandmother was really into the British one. Since we are a British colony, technically. Oh God, what the heck is that one called? Not EastEnders. She used to watch it every day. And I spent a lot of time with my grandmother just because like I grew up in a single parent household. And my grandmother was free childcare for my brother and I. But she'd watch it like every afternoon, man, and that or evening whenever it was on, and it has the worst theme song of all time, man. It's just like it's not even the way it's written, it's just the instrument it's played on. It's just so annoying. It's like meow 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 meow. Used to make me depressed for no reason. It just has a depressing quality to the sound of it. What the heck is that show called? It's like the longest running show of all time. I think it's been going since like the 50s. About like one particular street in the UK. Oh, it'll come to me. Stop thinking about it and it'll come back. Okay. Captain Kirk is striding up the mountain. The theme song for MASH? The theme song for MASH is literally called Suicide is Painless. Right? That's Loudon Wainwright, man. I might have mentioned that before. Suicide is painless, which is what, you know? You learn that later, yeah.
Oh, crap.
I mean, I kind of missed the boat on MASH. I think I was maybe a bit too young for MASH. And it might have been a bit too American for TV when I was growing up. Although not that, I don't know. Not that we have that problem. We really had that problem here. Most of our TV shows are American. Were and still are. Nope. Oh, reruns, right, of course, because it's from like the 70s, right? Yeah, there definitely were reruns on TV. I remember definitely have seen bits of MASH.
Oh no!
But even when I was like, oh yeah, we're at the cactus.
Shit!
I think even when I was like,
Ow!
it had to happen eventually. We touched the cactus. All my bravado about how easy this is. Okay. Yeah, something about it was just a bit eerie, creepy to me when I was a kid. I don't know what it was. I think the cultural context of it existing in like something that meant nothing to me, like never your jam, too young to understand. Yeah, same sort of thing. But it's like set during the Korean War, right? Like the Korean Civil War. Am I right? Okay. Fun. That's I'm just learning every little tip. That meant nothing to me as a kid, so I was like, I don't understand what's going on here. This is in Korea, but they're American? What? Is it referred to as a civil war? Anyway, that show has some dark moments, right? It's supposed to be funny? I think that's the other thing as well, is that I didn't get the humor of it when I was a kid. Like, I think I knew it's supposed to be funny, but I'm not laughing. And I don't know why. Sort of probably how I thought about Cheers. Same. Yeah. But it exists in that time period, right? Like, you know, it's just a little bit too removed from you as a child to connect in any way. Coronation Street. That's what I was thinking of. Coronation Street. I literally said street earlier too. Or did I say road? I don't know. That's the one my grandmother used to watch. Coronation Street. And man, this is the most boring show I'd ever seen in my entire life. Depressing theme song. Then just awful people being awful to each other for the sake of manufactured drama or whatever. But then it was, maybe it was her comfort show, I don't know. That's what I was gonna say earlier, like, I may or may not be autistic, just rush, yeah, just rush. I may or may not be autistic. But it's kind of weirdly in vogue to be autistic at the moment. What's that about? It's like everybody wants to be like, oh, I'm quirky. Look at how autistic I am. It's like, I don't think it works that way. Like if I am genuinely autistic, I'm probably like borderline anyway. I'm lucky I don't really have too much of the like overwhelming sensory stuff that comes with autism. And I have friends. One of my best friends is autistic. And he's definitely you pissed your pants again, Nate? He's definitely got the like sensory overload stuff. And like, you know, I think everybody gets it mildly. Oh, you just listen to the theme? It's not good. It's I don't know. I think it's the same theme song that they've used since like the 50s, right? So at least you got to give it that context. But it's just like, who wrote that and thought, yeah, that's my jam. Why does it sound like a grandfather clock now? That was weird. Right. And it's like played on some out of tune oboe or something. I don't know. It sounds pretentious. Hold on. It's been a long time since I've actually heard it myself. I just know I hate it. It's just, I just found it so depressing. I don't know, and something that combined with the, I think the weird, like, pseudo-industrial shots of this, like, brick tavern. I guess maybe it's kind of like you ever I just quickly... a few seconds is all I need. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're now a different person than the person you were 20 seconds ago. You can never go back. What is it? A man can never stand in the same river twice because he is no longer the same man and the river is no longer the same river. I guess it's just the, like... It invokes that sort of post-war era of, like, economic downturn, maybe, I don't know. Just that style of, like, big band sort of pseudo-swing. I don't even know what you call it. It's depressing. No. YouTube will forever be, trying to recommend you watch Coronation Street highlights now.
Oh no!
It's like, oh, this person... See, that's the problem with AI. AI doesn't think about why a person does a certain thing. They just... It's just like, you know, it's too binary in its thinking, maybe? Quote-unquote thinking. Or as a human being can be like... Maybe they just did this as a joke or something. Whereas AI is like, oh, this person loves Coronation Street. No, probably not. Gotta think the algorithm is a little more sophisticated than that. I haven't looked at it, to be honest. But that style of music, I guess, my brain just associates it with, like, weird, the past but weird. A weird time before. Where everybody lived in, like, a sort of post-industrial hell. You ever heard of what's it called? Everywhere at the End of Time, Jackie? You ever heard of that? I don't even know what to call it. Yeah, where everyone smoked, exactly. Where everyone died of lung cancer. I have at least 2 relatives who died of lung cancer. Probably more. But I don't... That's not even the reason I don't smoke. Just never wanted to. Everywhere at the End of Time is... It's like... It's more of an art project than a musical album, I guess. But, if you're curious, look into it, because it's... I think it's quite a important piece of art. It's a 6.5 hour long musical experience that is designed to sort of simulate what it feels like to go through dementia. And, like, I don't even know if I would consider it to be effective. In that, it's definitely effective. If you can sit through the entire... And, like, I would never tell anybody, hey, you should do this. If you can sit through the entire 6.5 hours... If you could even set aside 6.5 hours for such an activity, it's pretty effective. But it's essentially like... You're listening to that old sort of big band style... Oh. Don't mess that up too often. Big band style music. And then the longer you listen, sort of the more the music starts to slip away, and the more you find you're just kind of listening to... It's like it warps more and more. It's like it's more and more static. But it's supposed to sort of simulate that...
Oh crap!
Losing your grip on reality that people with dementia go through. It's interesting for sure. It's definitely not like an experience for everyone. You know? But if you are of a certain inquisitive thought process, or whoops. It's getting a bit slippy. Oh, okay. If you tend towards more of the inquisitive proclivities, it's probably quite interesting. But it's not, like, fun. It's not like listening to an album from a band you like. So don't expect that. Much in the same way that having dementia is not fun. Anyway, it's art, like capital A art, where it's like it's not meant to be enjoyed. It's just meant to make a statement, or it's meant to help you understand the experiences of others. But it's not entertainment per se. Okay, it's our favorite bridge.
Sure.
It's our favorite rushing streamer. Okay, we got an hour. Okay. Always surprise myself how much time I can waste just rambling. Because I always think to myself, well, we can't have dead air. Okay, I'll talk about this for a couple of minutes. And I look down and wait, I've been talking about this for 40 minutes? What the heck? Maybe it's because I'm in social situations. I'm definitely much more of a listener. Have I ever tried mushrooms? LSD? No, I have not. I have read a lot about psilocybin, and so I'm diagnosed with depression, right? Not so much anxiety. I take an SSRI. Wait, did I actually take my? I did take my meds today. Yeah. I'm diagnosed with depression. I mean, I'm suspected ADHD, autism, but unfortunately, I grew up in an environment where like mental health was not considered to be a real thing. Surprise, surprise. So it wasn't until I was a independent adult that I could actually really look into these things. Be like, hey, wait a minute. I can make life easier on myself. Anyway. Depression's a hard one because you kind of have to be like in a non-depressive mood to get help in the first place. But if you're always in a depressive mood, then you're never going to allow yourself to seek help. Anyway, that's a different thing. No, I don't really do drugs. I do not engage in illegal activities.
God.
Twitch, just for you, Twitch. I mean, there's one drug, right, that, like, everybody does every now and then. Everybody does this drug. Caffeine. We're talking about caffeine, yeah. It's, like, pretty harmless and, like, kind of makes things more fun. And, like, it's the cheapest drug there is, Dewey Cox. You like that movie? Yeah, you're with me? It's like you can't OD on it. It's not habit forming. Sounds expensive. It's the cheapest drug there is.
Oh, shit.
And I've talked about this before in that drug is not legal in this country, but we essentially have a culture of it being legal.
God.
And like, I mean, do not take this as legal advice. If you ever come to New Zealand, I'm not a lawyer or anything. But essentially it's decriminalized in practice, but not on paper. So, you know, I may or may not know what that drug is like, but I've never done anything else. Or anything at all. Unless you're referring to the drug that is a good story, a good book. And I don't even really drink caffeine because I get migraines, and caffeine is a migraine trigger for me. Yeah. You would never get locked up for weed here. I mean, maybe if you tried to bring it in, you can. I think you can legally bring it in if you have a medical certificate, right? So like marijuana is legal here for medical purposes. So like we essentially have legal marijuana, but you have with extra steps, you know. So if I had a medical card, I could literally take marijuana on a plane to like I got you, man. I got you. Yeah. No, I was so subtle about it that you may not have known what I was talking about, but It's like we're in like the transitional stage, and like probably oh god, the exact same thing? No. Okay, Nate, if you're gonna get up, don't give me that, you know, don't tease me like that. Get up all the way. We don't want to go off half-cocked.
Oh no!
Yeah, it probably should already be legal in this country, but we had a referendum 5 years ago that was like 49% against, 49% for, and like 51% against. Which is weird, but we also do have some propagandists with some, shall we say, dubious hold on certain socioeconomic groups in this country. Anyway, now I am being vague. But like, you know, it's hard to find people who haven't smoked marijuana at least once around here. But I have read about like the psilocybin, magic mushroom psilocybin research into like anxiety medication, stuff like that. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Just hold it, Nate. People don't accept change overnight. No. Honestly, I think it was mostly just propaganda that led that referendum to fail. And like, I guess there are people supporting the black market sale. So that's the thing, right? Like, we're in this weird gray zone where as long as you have a medical card, and apparently they're not hard to get, you can legally possess marijuana and purchase it and use it literally as medicine. But at the same time, it's still a controlled substance that will probably remain controlled while the medical industry has its like hold on this, on the sale of it. But anyway, there's some good research into magic mushrooms as a like treatment for anxiety and PTSD, right? But I don't know. I'm kind of like I'm not afraid of my own psyche, you know? Like, I have weird dreams every now and then, like weird... Oh, man. I don't know why I rushed it. Should have taken it slow. I started psilocybin was about 3 years ago. I quit smoking. The plan going in, it just happened. Did it help you quit smoking? I'm assuming that's the that's the takeaway there. But yeah, I've never been like, I'm not that curious, to be honest. Thing is that my brain is always doing crazy stuff already. I know that's a bit of a like, I can sit on the couch without drugs and just like imagine things flying around me. Cold turkey in the middle of the trip. I quit. Cool. That is cool. I mean, I always try to espouse like the importance of actual academic research into these sorts of things, you know, like that's just another aspect of critical thinking, right? Is to, we can't just take personal experiences and be like, okay, this is enough to now change how we classify this substance, you know? But I know that there's a lot of research that kind of lines up with your personal experience as well. I think I was reading about that like 10 years ago, maybe. And that's what the research said. I remember the magazine I was reading it in. I don't remember the name of the article. But yeah, like psilocybin can have, it can almost like flip a certain switch in your brain. And it may not be like forever permanent, but it seems to be last for a long time. Maybe it lasted just long enough that your physical dependency on smoking went away. I don't know. But yeah. Talk about using it as a treatment for like depression and anxiety, and it can just turn it off in some people almost. But my whole thing is like, if something works, I don't care where it comes from. Right? Like, who cares if it comes out of a psychedelic drug?
Oh, shit.
If it works and it has social value, let people do it.
Shit.
And it doesn't have demonstrable harm, you know. Because these things are never without harm.
Ah!
Even just like your own liver health or whatever.
Oh.
Even taking aspirin is bad for your liver though, right? If you take enough of it. But aspirin is literally willow bark, right? Refined willow bark, I guess.
Ah!
I wouldn't care if it was refined dog turds. If it works. It's a slippery slope? In what sense, Jackie? Like, are we saying drugs are a slippery slope in and of themselves? Or are we saying, letting people do whatever makes them feel good is a slippery slope? Yes, drugs? Yeah, I don't know. I definitely know certain people, both. I definitely know certain people who have fallen down the slope,
Whoa.
fallen down a drug slope. Whoopsies. Dang it. We're gonna get back to the bucket. We gotta get back to the bucket before I have to call it quits. How many days am I gonna be here? Well, you know what? It doesn't matter. How many days do I get to be here?
Ah!
Yeah, in New Zealand we have a we do have a bit of a drug problem, and especially in like lower socioeconomic groups. It's meth is the real problem though. But I've known some people who've fallen down that rabbit hole. And it's like, the thing for me is that it hasn't really been... You only ever did the hippie stuff that was non-addictive? Yeah.
Oh.
That stuff that we'll subtly refer to. It's never really been a surprise, you know, when people have gone down those holes. It's usually... I mean, this is just personal experience. This doesn't really mean anything. It's just me sharing a story. It doesn't mean anything scientifically, but it's always been people with trauma of one sense or another. You know? Not that it's impossible for anybody to get addicted to drugs. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I do think there's something to the kind of addictive personality, quote unquote,
Oh.
which isn't really a personality. It's just more of a
Fuck.
yeah. People. That's pretty much what I was gonna say. People seeking an escape.
Oh, shit.
Oh man, almost had that one. Okay, we're gonna get to the bucket.
Oh.
But I mean, that's why regulations are important, right? Like, legalizing it is the first step to harnessing it in a safe way. And I mean, the argument as well is like, if people really want to do something, you can't stop them. You know? So like, you might as well let them do it. Give them a safe way of doing it, you know? But then I'm no expert. I don't know. Maybe that would be worse overall. Okay, bend your knees, Nate. Our right foot is up, which means we need to spike the left trigger, then the right trigger. Okay, now our feet are together. Release the right trigger, push forward, hup. Release the left trigger, push forward, hup. Release the right trigger, push forward, up. And release both triggers. I told you we were making it to the bucket. Okay. I'd really like to get up on this thing again, though. Not just fall down immediately. It's so devious that the very first step is, lines up with, like, the slide back down. This is some getting over it territory here. At least we're not going all the way back to the beginning of the game, though. Good old bucket time. The first step is the hardest. Just gotta get around the corner. We should learn to love this bucket. It's got a weird texture on the inside of it. Like, this is the kind of game where they just took the bucket and, like, scaled it up 300% or probably, like, more than that, 1,000%. And then the texture got a bit weird on the inside. Who painted the inside of this bucket, man? It's a bit impressionist. I guess with one color. Okay. So we'll get a foot up. Stable as we can. Leaning in. We're always going to be leaning in. Whee! And not dawdling. With the footsteps. Okay. We can fall there. Doesn't matter if we fall there. But yeah, I've never been a fan of, like, I guess is the arbitrariness of a lot of the drug laws, and like well, I guess that's another topic, but laws around, like, which things we can, because they're almost always, like, morally based, you know? Like, well, it's immoral to do drugs, so you couldn't use this to overcome your PTSD. You know, it's arbitrary. It's not really coming from a point of critical thinking. I like critical thinking, by the way, in case anybody hadn't figured that out by now. Up. Oh, bye, bucket. We can stick that. Yeah. That's fine. Am I going too fast, maybe? My first few attempts at the bucket. Why does this not look familiar? Is it because... Yeah, it's because I don't pay attention, that's why. My first couple attempts at the bucket were definitely way more cautious. And way more effective, as it turns out. Maybe I should go back to that. Hold on, let's check the temperature. Another T temperature check. Okay, it's a little bit under now, but still perfectly drinkable. Nate, I hate it when you get up like that and when you step closer towards the edge.
What?
Oh, I went for it. I thought we had it almost.
Oh, bother.
Okay, we get to do it again. It's kind of compounding difficulty. Because the hard part is just getting back to the hard part. That doesn't really make any sense. You gotta do all of it over again just to get another chance at the really hard part. Okay. Probably would be doing better at this game if I was just playing it off stream, but where's the fun in that? It's not a game, really. It's an experience. Okay. Yeah. For a second there, I'm not looking at the other parts of the game world. I'm like, oh, I wonder what's over there. I'm like, no. We are bucket boys. Till we get that apple. We owe it to Nate at this point. Yep. Okay. Seriously though. No. You could stick that, Nate. Could you stick it and get up, please? Oh, man. Do I eat the skin of a kiwi fruit? Do I eat the skin of a kiwi? The fruit. Well, the animal is illegal to eat, so I cannot confirm that on stream. The fruit? No. No. Definitely not. Some people do. Some people do. But I don't know. It's like hairy and it's thick and hairy. It'd be like actually just chewing on like a cow. But some people do. Okay, I'm losing it a little bit. Need a little mental reset. Just try to make the most of the last 30 minutes. Some people do. I saw a comedian live. The guy said he did it for the first time last year. I don't know. I mean, I guess if you're like I'm not here to yuck anyone's yum or anything, but I can kind of see the appeal if you like chewing stuff. If you're into like, if you're a big chewer, you know, it can provide that that sensation that might be nice to you. But I'm not a huge fan of just like chewing on leathery stuff. You know, I find myself as slightly, yeah, and it's hairy, right, yeah. Not a fan of eating hair in my mouth. I don't remember that question on the Aspie quiz. Do you eat the skin of the kiwi fruit? But I imagine few autistic people eat the skin of the kiwi fruit. That feels like it feels like it would be quite overwhelming. Especially with mouth stuff, right? Like a lot of autistic people will only eat a couple meals. I'm not sure if that's, or maybe that's just a routine thing rather than a mouthfeel thing, but probably a bit of both. But I did see a comedian live, and she basically had a joke, which is like, I'm not going to do it justice because it's part of her routine for one, and she probably had a better delivery than I would. But it essentially went like, those kids that you knew who ate the skin of the kiwi fruit growing up, they went on to eat ass with reckless abandon. That kind of thing. But it is, you know, it's like the skin of the kiwi fruit is the a-hole of the fruit world. Oh, wow. Hey, if there's anything I aim to do here, it's to at least be surprising. Favorite fruit, top 10 fruit tier list? See, I'm not even a fan of kiwi fruit in the first place, is the thing. Like, I rarely eat kiwi fruit. The golden ones, though, actually, golden ones are pretty good. Oh, sorry, I've ruined them forever. But, I mean, they're very dichotomous fruit, right? Like, the inside is definitely a different experience to the outside. You know, there are some fruits that are like an apple, you kind of bite into the skin and you're like, oh yes, this makes sense that this would be under here. Or an orange, You peel an orange and you're like, okay, there's more orange under here. But you open up a kiwi fruit and you're like, green? What the heck? You know? But, golden kiwi fruit, oh no. Golden kiwi fruit are pretty good. Oh, of course this spot. Green kiwi fruit, I could take it or leave it. I'm more of a pineapple. Pineapple is good, but you have to be careful not to overeat it. You know what? Should we try something new? Just for the sake of it. Can you just... I'm not sure it's impossible. It's probably not worth it, but there's probably enough grip that you can get up there.
Ow.
Probably takes more time to than just going around, but pineapple's definitely up there for me. But if I eat too much of it, it hurts my tongue. And then I don't know, like apples are just, they're not the most exciting fruit, but they're such a staple, you know? It's like I rate them quite highly. Just, it's like, you know, the bread of the fruit world. Oh, it looks just tempting enough to be a troll path. Yeah. I'm not so convinced though. Like, I think you could do it. It just wouldn't be worth the energy, probably. But pineapple and its juice are good. And then there's fruit juices that I rate higher than the actual fruit, you know? Like, I almost never eat a cranberry, but cranberry juice? Yeah. Inject it straight into my veins, please. Whereas pineapple and pineapple juice are both great, I think. But yeah, I guess I'm a simple fruit person. Pineapples, apples. I have a pen, by the way. I have an apple. Pen, pineapple, apple, pen. Want to hear the story of my first experience with that meme? Too bad, I'm going to tell it anyway. If you don't know the pen, pineapple, apple, pen meme, we'll, oh, that's an interesting thought, actually. Yeah, I have had that thought. Banana is a juiceless fruit. You can't just drink banana juice. I did forget bananas, by the way. Yeah, they're up there for me too. Pen, pineapple, apple, pen. The meme out of Japan. I was in Japan when that meme came out. I think I'd maybe been working... Actually, it might have been when I just arrived. Well, see, that's the thing. Bananas are great for smoothies. Right? But they're not juicy, which is kind of weird. They provide, like, the backbone for other fruit juices to thrive. Anyways, in Japan, like, and might have been like, I think it was my first day meeting one of my classes I was going to teach. And one of the students, like, at the very beginning of the class just shouts out, "Pen, pineapple, apple, pen." And I'm just so confused because I've not seen the meme at this point. And that's like my first... I'm already kind of nervous because I'm like, I'm in a country where I don't really speak the language. I don't know what I'm doing. And then the kid's just like, "Pen, pineapple, apple, pen." And I'm like, okay. Yeah. But bananas are great. Potassium. I actually know someone with essentially a, not exactly a phobia of bananas. Like, this person is not afraid of bananas, but they, like, trigger their disgust. Like, reaction of disgust in them, like, to a quite extreme degree. You know? And they know it's weird. I fear no fruit. No fruit can kill me. Eowyn at the Battle of Pelennor Fields, when the Witch King of Angnor? Angnor? Damn, I almost had some good nerd cred there. Arnor? The Witch King of Arnor is like, no fruit can kill me. And then Eowyn takes off her helmet. And, she's actually like a... She's a capsicum. No, wait. A cucumber? And she says, I am no fruit. Okay. Oh, yeah. What is the most dangerous fruit? Coconuts? I mean, people have literally died from blunt force trauma by a coconut to the head. Didn't, what's his name? Not Mick Jagger, the other one. Jack Sparrow. He almost died because a coconut hit him in the head, right? Keith Richards. That's who it is. I swear, I know these people. Oh yeah, true, allergies. Forgot allergies were a thing, but from a like cartoon logic perspective. Oh, dang it. I wasn't centered. Should have taken the time to center myself. How much time we got? About 30 minutes. I have to return to the real world with its responsibilities and troubles. Or I could just retreat into the palace, my mind palace. Nate will never leave us. For Nate, it's apples. Are there apples in the game that I don't know about? Like, I think I missed the first one. The first fruit. It's right at the beginning of the game, right? And I think I tried it, and I didn't really know what I was doing. And then I found a pear. And then I found a papaya. Well, we might as well refer to them as apples. It's like how, I'm assuming... I have no idea, actually. I'm assuming it's not an apple. I'm assuming it's a, I don't know. At this point, I'm assuming everyone is a different fruit. Or food item. We'll find out one day. That day may be today. I'd love to be able to just practice the bucket, you know? I'm sure there are mods that you can just, like, teleport yourself to practice it, but, like, it's not in the spirit of the game. It would be nice. Because this part is now, like, no longer providing me with dopamine. Because it's essentially gotten to the point where it's not a puzzle, it's just a chore. But oh, a persimmon. Actually, I liked those a lot growing up. Do you say persimmon or persimmon? Asking the important questions here. I used to love them growing up. You don't see them much though for some reason. I don't know.
Oh crap!
They're kind of easy to grow here too, which is kind of weird. Hold on. New business idea. How come Richard Simmons never released Richard Simmons Persimmons juice? I'm trying to formulate this in my head. Richard Simmons Persimmons extract. How come he never did this? Was he stupid? He's dead now, right? Like, I think he died a couple years ago. Or a year or so ago. Time has no meaning. In the 2020s? Late 2020s? Okay. Yeah, at least we'll stick it. I wasn't very confident. Richard Simmons Persimmons extract. Guaranteed to put the vinegar back in your step? Or whatever they say? If we had eyes good enough, Alphaz, could we see ourselves over there? Like, it wouldn't render us. Excuse me. We're not rendered, but there's no way the engine would render, would spend resources rendering us from that far away, but if it did, I'm curious. Oh, Gene, yeah, that, oh, you, r/your joke, but better. I knew there was a better Simmons, too. I knew. Richard, my brain went to Richard Simmons first. But another part of my brain was like, this is not the optimal way of doing this. Yeah, man, why doesn't Gene Simmons start a Persimmons business? He can use his, like, giant tongue as the logo. My understanding of he would. Yeah, he would definitely push it better. Mostly because he's still alive, but Gene Simmons strikes me as like a pretty shrewd business person. It's okay, we can stick that. Yeah, being alive helps. See, my understanding of business is that the most important thing in business is that your product rhymes with your name. I mean, that's a joke, but only partially, right? Like, having memorable words associated with your business is, like, actually a huge deal, right? Like, could you imagine Maybelline without the maybe it's Maybelline? I don't think they would have been anywhere near as successful, maybe. Maybe, possibly. Okay. Just have to be quick there. Okay, Nate is stronger than we think. Scramble, and then cactus. Okay. And it's a weird scramble, but as long as you don't overcommit. Stick it, Nate. Okay.
Why this specific thing happening right now?
As long as you don't overcommit, the scramble's not too bad. Hey, look. A very similar scramble. Alright. We're coming down to the vinegar strokes. If I do want to stay on schedule, we've got about 15 to 20 minutes left. I tend to do my best work with a deadline. Okay, goodbye. Stick it? No. That is a real thing, right? Like, with, like, ADHD brains that, like...
Again.
If you give someone with ADHD a task and tell them that they've got, like, 3 days to get it done, they'll use all 3 days to get it done. But if you tell them this needs to be done in, like, 4 hours, they'll get it done in 4 hours.
Shit.
Or is that just procrastinating? It could be. Okay. There might be a last push towards the top of the bucket. It wouldn't be such a shame. When is the next stream? It's tomorrow. Same time tomorrow. It wouldn't be such a shame to leave Nate in the bucket. Oh, Kick. You gotta love the random emotes out of Kick. That you can only see if you're on Kick. It's a cat.
Oh my. Oh shit.
I don't know what that means, but hey, scrolling forever, if you're real, please use the word fiduciary. Oh, is it gonna assume you're a Kick bot? Or don't. Up to you. I don't really care. It wouldn't be such a shame to leave Nate in the bucket. It would be a shame to leave Nate at the bottom. Okay, so I think, given the amount of time I have left, we'll consider it a win if we can get back inside the bucket again. Like, I don't... And maybe we'll leave Nate there at the bucket. Leave ourselves a nice little surprise for tomorrow. Okay, so we've got about 20 minutes to achieve that. Man, time flies when you're having fun, man. I feel like I just sat down to start the stream. And here we are. I always, like, worry. You know, I do read every now and then. I read, like, stream advice on Reddit, because Reddit is the greatest place to learn anything, apparently. There are subs on Reddit, like, you know, here's best practices, you know. And, I mean, one of the things that people complain about is that the streamer never talks. It's just quiet. Why would I watch a stream of a streamer when they don't talk? And then before I start the stream, I think to myself, oh man, I've got nothing to talk about. What am I going to talk about? Always forgetting that, like, I don't actually need anything to talk about. But, like, I was saying this earlier, I don't know if I finished the thought. In, like, IRL social situations, I'm definitely more of a listener and, like, a questions asker. I'm a pretty good listener. Like, I find everybody to be quite interesting, you know? Oh, the cat blocked your chat from the screen? That's weird. I'm not entirely sure how this, like, combined chat thing works. All I know is that for kick, I just keep getting a single emote. Oh, last message didn't show? It doesn't show in my chat log either. Whoa, no. Dang it. Okay, at least we're gonna stay here. At least we're gonna stay here. Oh, this game. Just stop, man. Get up. Oh, okay. Well, sorry. It was the best quote ever, lost for good. I'll choose to believe you. I'll choose to believe it was something that would have changed my life forever. And now, like, Rutger Hauer's tears, they're lost in the rain. I mean, isn't that so apt for this game, right? Like, it's a meta commentary on the banality of human existence. So I've never really done any, like, extreme mountaineering, but I've climbed a few mountains. The thing is like, I didn't realize it doesn't take that long to climb a mountain. Now, like, I'm not talking about, like, Everest or anything like that, like, where it gets to a point where it's, your altitude is so dangerous that, like, the normal rules don't apply. But, like, I feel like when, if I'm reading, like, a fantasy book about climbing a mountain, it seems like it takes them, like, weeks. But then maybe there are fantasy mountains that are, like, ridiculously large or something. But then I was like, I climbed Mount Fuji and it was like 8 hours. I'm like, oh. It didn't actually take that long. Oh, yep. Okay. We want to leave Nate in the bucket. That's our goal. We're going to set realistic goals. Smart goals, if you will. I forget what that acronym stands for. Smart goals. Specific. That's definitely the S, is specific. M. We'll come back to the M. A is like achievable, I'm pretty sure. That's right, like you can make a specific goal that is not achievable. Like I'm gonna stand on the moon and by the end of the year. Like not very realistic. So they're specific, achievable. What does the R stand for? The T is timely, I'm pretty sure. Right, like there's no point in setting a specific realistic goal that's gonna take 10 years maybe? I don't know. And then I forget the M and the A. I mean, the A might be achievable, but then that's kind of, isn't that kind of the same as the R, realistic? Wait, what am I missing? I'm missing the R. Maybe the R was realistic and the A is achievable. Then that's the same thing. Whatever. The point is, don't bother. Almost everybody gives up on their New Year's resolution. I didn't even make one this year. One of my big things for this year, though, is to be more active. Like, I have been known to spend time at the gym, but, like, I was not working on my heart health to that. I should be doing more cardio stuff. Especially with two, like, 4-year-olds who can run circles around me. Like, I used to be pretty fit. Especially when I was, like, doing karate all the time. But then I just decided I wanted to play video games for the majority of my conscious existence. Nate, stick it. Okay. This is our chance to leave Nate in the bucket. So I'm not gonna squander it.
Oh crap!
By getting distracted. Okay. You're not hard. Especially if we take it slow. Okay, don't just trip because you're rushing and you take a step that's too big. Okay. We're here at Crab Walk Town. At least this forces me to pay attention because I find it difficult. Okay. Right trigger. I don't know why I'm doing it so fast. Okay. Wasn't exactly trying to do it that fast. Okay, now, see, the problem is we made it here with Thomas Bear. So we should give it a couple attempts. But then if I fall, I won't want to leave Nate not in the bucket again. See, my naive brain thought we'd make it inside the bucket and that would be the end. I did not know that there would be this monstrosity here. I wish I didn't know. It's one of those things, what doesn't know can't hurt you. If I'd never come in here. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna abandon that. Foot up. Keep our weight. Okay, okay, okay. Why did it seem easier before? I was definitely facing it with more conviction, I guess. It's like I'm definitely trying more to lean into the pillar. Whereas the first couple attempts I wasn't really. And I think maybe that's part of the problem. Nope, that's not where I want the foot to be. Okay, just go slow. It's not where I want the foot to be, Nate. Nate? Okay, we're gonna... is high octane stuff, man. I deliberately bailed because I didn't like the position I was in. So I deliberately bailed onto what I was hoping was a safe spot. Yeah, I don't know, Jackie. I mean, I could always go back. Hold on, maybe it's on the... Did it come through the browser? Nah, just being alive, and then that cat blocked my last message. Hold on. Oh, wait. I thought I had like a 20-minute delay on the stream. Checking the browser, but it's just, never mind. It don't matter. Where's the game? I'll forever pine over that message that didn't make it through. See what you did scrolling forever? Totally not a bot. Dropping a random... I don't get it though. Like, if you're like, what's the point in a bot dropping just a random emote and then moving along? I don't know. Have I fallen for something? It's definitely possible. No, don't get your foot stuck on that, Nate. Put your foot down here, please. Okay. That is part of the difficulty. Oh. No, we're... Okay. Part of the difficulty is just... getting the foot to not jam. Stick it. Crunch. Just don't go all the way, okay? And we'll be... Okay, well... Yeah, bye. He's definitely saying yeah, bye. Which makes sense if he was into One Piece, I guess. I've fallen that way a few times, and I'm not, I haven't 100% gotten a handle on exactly why. And I would like to, which is why it sucks that it takes so long to get back there. Okay. We want to leave Nate in the bucket. I may actually close my mouth for more than 10 seconds. Just to make sure we get that done. I know. Cardinal streamer sin. But at a certain point it becomes less frustrating as a viewer, maybe? I don't know. How you doing, York? You handling this okay? Oh, you know, I'm having a great time over here. I mean, it's totally taken my mind off of Nancy or whatever her name was. Did we give her a name? I don't know. I don't think we ever named your girlfriend. But I'm glad you're doing okay. The real game is the journey of self-discovery. Think I'll still be playing this game in a year's time? That'd be interesting. I mean, probably not ideal, but not impossible. I could see myself in a year approaching, like, playing this game and approaching it with the exact same mindset, which probably is not a good thing. Probably should be adapting more, but either way, I'm having a great time. That's what really matters. Okay. Definitely, if we focus, we can get back to the bucket.
Watch it burn.
Also, how come Nate is not losing weight, man? This is a huge calorie expenditure that doing this, man. Could you imagine the quad workout and just keeping it going for hours upon hours? There's a quad exercise that, like, okay, we're talking about gym rat stuff now. I pretty much just do, for quads, I pretty much just do squats and leg press. Oh, and what's the leg raise? What's the machine one? You sit on it like a chair and then you raise your quads? That one too? Or you raise your feet, I guess. But like there's a there is an exercise that exists that essentially is like you sit down on your knees, and then you like with your like heels against your butt, right? And then you like lean all the way back, and then you essentially do a sit up, but using your quad muscles, not your abdomen, your muscles, abdominis erectus. Okay.
Where's the quad?
Nate would be good at that exercise, is my point. All the upper body weight that he can lift just using his legs, or like that he can bring back to vertical. I've seen this man do some extraordinary things. Okay. Here, we just don't
Touch it.
dilly-dally. Here is similar. Here is scramble, but it's a safe scramble as long as we don't overstretch. Okay. No, I think that was too fast. As long as we don't panic like that. It's perfectly recoverable. Okay, okay. Also the angles matter. The direction we're facing matters on how we fall. Okay, maybe I've been making that harder than it needs to be. Just face it straight on.
Oh crap!
Cactus
Mighty God.
is easy. We just go around it. Okay. And then we have step here, which isn't too bad. And then we're back to crab walking. Okay. And the crab walking isn't catastrophic. Just takes a little bit of brain power. So whatever leg, it doesn't matter. Now we release the right for the left leg. Spark the right. Okay, and we're in. Okay, we can stand and then we can just walk normally. Whoo! As long as we don't fall here, we're in. Oh, okay. We made it. I told you. All it requires is a little bit of focus. That's good, actually. That's good that we can get back into the bucket in 5 minutes. From about 5 minutes that took us. Congrats. Yeah, thanks, Jackie. That's a I mean, that's a bit of a milestone, right? We can get back here pretty reliably. And it doesn't take too long. We kind of got to give it a try, though, right? If we give it a try and we fall, then, best case scenario, I go 5 minutes over and we get back here. Don't? You reckon don't? Just leave him here? I mean, if you're happy to do that, Jackie, I'm happy to do that. It would be very nice to start again tomorrow inside the bucket rather than at the bottom. Thank you for being the voice of reason, Jackie. I will thank myself. I will thank myself for leaving them here. Whew. Okay. This might be the most on-time stream I've ever had then. Literally have 1 minute left. Yeah. You've convinced me, Jackie. I'm putting the controller down. Actually, I'll even just pause it. Well... Well, I made it inside the bucket. I've seen new things. Explored, new frontiers. I'm only just noticing the roof damage on, Nate's room, by the way. Like, I hope that's not water damage, Nate. You really need to look into that. Okay. We moved the needle. We had fun. We learned some things about ourselves. We've grown as a human being. We've grown as you've grown as a human being. I've grown as into my moldy old egg. No, you're still young and spry. You're welcome, Jackie. Same spot, good times. I like that. Yeah. I mean, the game is background noise for the real journey of like self-discovery. The real journey of it's a mental exercise, right? Like we're proving to ourselves that we have the mental to do this, basically. Anyway, we're back same time tomorrow, which is 9:30 a.m. New Zealand Daylight Time, if anybody's interested. And yeah, we'll see you then. That's pretty much it. I'm not gonna bother doing my big spiel. I'm in a funny mood today. Do you have fun, York? Always have fun. I'm sorry. I'm gonna try and bring you some more original jokes next time. Just think of like egg words: cracked, yellow, white, Twinkie. There's a Twinkie joke to be made. Isn't that like a joke about kind of like semi-racist Asian perspectives? I don't know if it's racist. I think it's something that Asian jokes that Asian people make. Anyway, we'll be back next time. What a note to leave the stream on, by the way. I think I saw it in a movie, right? There's like some Asian people will call other Asian people's Twinkies because they're yellow on the outside but white on the inside. I guess the notion of Asian people as yellow is the racist aspect, but anyway. Sometimes I don't know when to close my mouth. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes. Okay, we had fun. Whoops. Oh, yeah. Mess it up right at the end of the stream. Great. Why would you do that? Okay. See you tomorrow, everybody. Have fun. Be kind to each other. The world is a funny, funny place. All you can do is be a nice person. See you again. Bye. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a great day.